Chapter 1240. Zi Chen had taken care of a group of early corporeal realm experts, leaving only 2 mid-corporeal realm experts. The shock on Hazy's face did not dissipate. When he saw Zi Chen facing 2 mid-corporeal realm experts, he asked, "Can he do it?" As the captain of the late corporeal realm experts, he was naturally shocked as well. However, he did not understand Zi Chen's true strength. One had to know that the difference between early and mid-corporeal realm experts was 1 level. In the eyes of ordinary people, this gap was like an insurmountable chasm. Since he's so confident, he might be able to fight 1-on-2. With the strength that Zi Chen had displayed earlier, they did not doubt that Zi Chen could win 1-on-1. As for whether he could fight 1-on-2, they did not dare to be certain. The 2 mid-corporeal realm experts stared at Zi Chen with sinister eyes as sinister smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. "Die!" The 2 shouted and prepared to attack. Roar! Suddenly, a high-pitched eagle cry rang out. The black eagle above the ruins suddenly emitted a powerful aura. The expressions of the city guards changed greatly when they felt this aura. Spirit rank, it actually broke through. Spirit rank battle beast. Although a spirit rank battle beast was equivalent to a corporeal realm human, its true strength was much stronger than an ordinary corporeal realm human. The former general level Black Eagle could fight 1 or 2 corporeal realm experts without being at a disadvantage. Now that it had broken through to the spirit rank, its strength was comparable to a mid or late corporeal realm human. Originally, Zi Chen alone was enough to deal with 2 mid-corporeal realm experts. With the addition of the spirit rank Black Eagle, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. This crisis had been reversed because of Zi Chen's breakthrough, but now it was a complete victory because of the Black Eagle's breakthrough. Zhong Chongming and Aitro's expressions turned extremely ugly because of the Black Eagle's breakthrough. The 2 looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes, a deep fear. However, since things had already reached this point, a battle was inevitable. Therefore, after looking at each other, the 2 found their respective targets. Zhong Chongming rushed towards Zi Chen with a long sword in his hand. An extremely powerful aura surged from the long sword as he stabbed towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen slashed at Zhong Chongming with his blade. Blade and sword collided. Bang! The powerful force wreaked havoc, and the cracks on Zi Chen's scimitar finally spread to the limit, and it instantly shattered. After shattering Zi Chen's weapon, Zi Chen didn't even wait for Zhong Chongming to reveal a happy expression before he punched out. Tyrannical Fist. This was once a Xiantian level technique, and its power was extraordinary. At this moment, the fist light no longer contained Xiantian Yuan force, but instead, it contained destruction laws. Boom! The scimitar shattered as Zi Chen's fist light arrived. It struck the long sword and caused a shockwave of energy. Immediately after, the energy passed through the long sword and surged towards Zhong Chongming. Zhong Chongming's face suddenly turned red and then white. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, he held his sword and flew backwards. Facing Zi Chen head-on, he was defeated with 1 punch. His face was filled with shock, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In the distance, the group of corporeal realm experts and emptiness realm experts all looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. How is this possible? Your combat power. Zhong Chongming was extremely shocked. Zi Chen glanced at Zhong Chongming and said indifferently, "You and I have no enmity between us. Unfortunately, you are too greedy, so, you have to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen took a step forward. Zhong Chongming saw the trajectory of Zi Chen's advance. He shouted loudly and mobilized his void energy to slash forward. The space trembled, and the surging power of space filled the space in front of him like seawater. However, a golden fist broke through the power of space and hit Zhong Chongming's chest. Phut! Zhong Chongming flew backwards and coughed up blood for the second time. Compared to Zi Chen's complete victory, the Black Hawk, who had the absolute upper hand on the other side, didn't surprise the crowd too much. This was because beasts almost always had a complete victory over humans. This battle no longer had any meaning. Everyone had already predicted the outcome of this battle. However, what surprised everyone was that Zi Chen's side had won too easily. This level of combat power is truly terrifying. Seeing Zhong Chongming being firmly suppressed, Hazy exclaimed. He was confident that he could win in a battle between the two of them, but he definitely wasn't confident that he could defeat his opponent so easily. In the field, only Hazy was at the middle stage, and the captain was at the late stage. The rest of the early stage city guards were very impressed by Zi Chen. One of them said, "The wings on his back are also very powerful." Hearing this, the captain smiled and said, "It's his body that's powerful. Of course, those wings are also a rare treasure." Hazy sighed again. "I've never heard of a treasure that can raise one's cultivation level. Zi Chen is only at the void realm, but he can use it to reach the corporeal realm. Once he reaches the corporeal realm, won't he be able to reach the domain realm? This thing is simply heaven-defying. It shouldn't even exist in this world." This time, the captain's smile became mysterious. He said, "There is no such heaven-defying treasure in this world, and there is no such thing as an item that can raise one's cultivation level. The situation before us can only be described as an accident. Moreover, I can guarantee that the wings on Zi Chen's back are ineffective against other corporeal realm experts." "Why?" The others looked at the captain in confusion. The captain explained, "The power on Zi Chen's body and the wings complement each other. Presumably, the two powers come from the same source. This means that the wings are compatible with Zi Chen. Besides that, the corporeal realm only involves space, but the domain realm involves the real world. The two are not the same concept. I think that even if Zi Chen reaches the corporeal realm, the wings will only increase his power by a very limited amount. At most, he will reach the peak of the corporeal realm. That's still very powerful." The crowd sighed. This time, the captain didn't explain. From Zi Chen's point of view, the wings were naturally powerful. However, if an outsider obtained them, the two powers wouldn't be able to merge. Whether they were powerful or not was another matter. The battle on the ruins ended quickly. Both Zhong Chongming and Aitro were killed without any suspense. Zi Chen took the two corpses and placed them into the cauldron to refine. The battle ended, but the emptiness realm experts in the distance still didn't dare to step forward. They looked at Zi Chen with eyes full of reverence. Zi Chen glanced at Black Eagle. His expression seemed to say, "Good job." The thunder wings on his back disappeared and his power instantly retreated. He turned into a real emptiness realm expert with a space of 3 meters. Zi Chen walked in front of the city guards and said, "Thank you for your help earlier." The captain nodded kindly. Hazy laughed and said, "We are all friends. Friends don't need to be so courteous." What followed was a round of greetings. Zi Chen also got to know this captain named Wang Jun. The captain was in the late corporeal realm and was very strong. Hazy was in the mid-corporeal realm and his battle strength wasn't weak either. After the greetings, Hazy asked, "Zi Chen, what do you plan to do next? Do you want to establish a tribe here and take care of this mess, or do you want to come back to Hupping City with us?" Zi Chen looked at Hazy in surprise. "You want to go back to Hupping City?" "That's right. We have been here for 500 years. Time is up. Naturally, we should go back." Hazy was clearly happy to be able to go back. "You change your people every 500 years?" Zi Chen asked again. Hazy sneered, "That's not necessarily the case. Sometimes, when we meet someone who is even more unlucky, we can replace them early on." "Even more unlucky? This is the city guard's business. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Zi Chen didn't continue this topic. He was very interested in Hupping City. Therefore, he asked, "Can you bring me along when you go back to Hupping City?" Hazy smiled and said, "If you are willing, we can go together." The distance from Hupping City to Hupping City was more than 10 million miles. If this was the Tianwu continent, 10 million miles was nothing to Zi Chen. However, in this world, it would take years for Zi Chen to travel 10 million miles just by flying. Furthermore, there weren't any flying boats that were better than the city guards. Going back to the city with them would naturally save him a lot of trouble and effort. Hazy agreed, but Zi Chen was a little hesitant. Hazy asked, "What's the matter? Is there something else?" Zi Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, "Can you take a detour?" "A detour?" Hazy was even more confused. Zichen explained that Ito-O was the leader of a tribe. I didn't have any grudges with him before. He was the one who attacked me first. Since I killed him, I naturally can't let go of the things in his tribe. This was an extremely small request. Hazy didn't even need to ask for Wang Jun's permission to agree. After Hazy agreed, Zichen went to find He Ying and asked directly, I'm going to a human city. Do you want to come with me? Zichen already knew that He Ying was a Gale Eagle. It was famous for its speed and powerful combat power. However, the two of them had been together for a long time. Zichen had already treated He Ying as a friend. Even if He Ying was just an ordinary beast, Zichen would still ask for its opinion. Gale Eagle was also very curious about a human city. It nodded without hesitation. Then, the group set off. On the flying ship, the group of reality realm experts looked at Zichen with complicated expressions. Decades ago, Zichen on the flying ship was the target of ridicule. They didn't expect that after decades, Zichen's combat power would be stronger than theirs. In order to thank everyone, Zichen took out the good wine on him. The rich aroma of wine spread, and the group of reality realm experts' eyes lit up. The flying ship headed straight for the Ito tribe. Along the way, they passed by other tribes. When they saw the situation of these tribes, the group of reality realm experts was stunned. Everyone knew that if a tribe wanted to develop, it was essential to have a fruit tree of law and some other industries. However, Zichen had directly snatched away the fruit tree of law. However, there was no right or wrong in this matter, because there was no right or wrong in this world. The flying ship of the army in the city was very fast. It could travel about 50,000 miles a day. In 1 day and 1 night, it would be 100,000 miles. On the other hand, Zichen's original flying ship could travel 20 to 30,000 miles a day at most. And this distance was only covered by Zichen's instantaneous acceleration in the Tianwu continent. When they arrived at the Ito tribe and saw the many resources below, the group of reality realm experts was moved. Roar! He Ying was the first to let out a cry. Then, it swooped down. Zichen followed closely behind. 1 man and 1 eagle went straight for the resources. Chapter 1241. Zichen's method of robbing was undoubtedly the fastest way to gain wealth. However, in the Jianwu continent, there were only a few Zichen like him. Even if there were, they were from some large forces. These people did not need to worry about resources at all as they grew. As for those in the middle stage of the corporeal realm, although they had some means, they could only conquer 1 or 2 tribes at most. Those in the late stage of the corporeal realm like Wang Jun could, but at his level, he naturally did not care about these resources. 1 man and 1 eagle swooped down, heading straight for the resources of the Ito tribe. Who is it? Stop! The group of virtual realm experts quickly noticed Zichen's arrival and shouted one after another. Roar! The black eagle roared and released the aura of a spirit-level battle beast. When the group of virtual realm experts felt this aura, their expressions changed drastically. Swoosh! The black eagle suddenly turned back and attacked these virtual realm experts. Zichen had already landed on top of the law fruit tree. He looked back at the black eagle and said, "Don't kill the earth elementals." Zichen was now in the virtual realm and needed to refine the void fragments. There was no point in killing the earth elementals. Moreover, killing an earth elementals was only worth 1 yuan. He was now very rich and did not care about a mere 1 yuan. It had to be said that there were still some loyal people in the tribe. As soon as Zichen swooped down, the virtual realm experts attacked him one after another. In this regard, Zichen naturally would not show mercy and killed decisively. Looking at the killing scene below, the group of city guards did not say much. This was a world that lived by war. Killing was normal. The killing did not last long. The entire tribe collapsed and many cultivators began to flee. Next was time to collect the resources. Zichen took all the resources without any hesitation. The group of reality experts above sighed. This speed of obtaining wealth was indeed very fast. The man and the eagle returned to the flying ship again. The black eagle had transformed into a pet and stood on Zichen's shoulder. Next, they went straight to Hupping City. Along the way, Chen also became familiar with the group of corporeal realm experts. The fact that Chen could easily kill a mid-corporeal realm expert was enough to win the respect of everyone present. The area of the flying ship was very large. Staying inside was like staying in an independent space. Blackie rolled up his sleeves and put on his battle armor as he went to find Chen. Chen, come and spar with me. During this period of time, Blackie had already sparred with 18 people. After suppressing them to the same level, Blackie still won completely. Over time, the 18 corporeal realms stopped looking for trouble. Only then did Hazy find Chen. Chen was sitting there drinking with Wang Jun. Hearing this, he turned around and asked, "How do you practice?" Blackie walked forward and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He picked up a jug of wine and gulped it down. Only when he had downed half of the jug did he put it down and say, "Good wine. Chen, I won't bully you with my realm. Aren't you at the early illusory realm? I'll also suppress my realm to the same level. Let's spar and see who's stronger." Chen's expression became strange. He asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Saying this, Blackie finished the remaining half of the jug. Chen had developed the habit of drinking tea when he was in the Tianwu continent. However, that habit was clearly not suitable here. This was a world of fighting and killing. Everyone had a manic and warlike heart. Tea was not suitable for this environment. "All right," Chen agrees. Without waiting for Chen's reply, the corporeal realm experts who had been abused by Blackie began to jeer. Using the crowd's jeering, Blackie looked provocatively at Chen. Chen shook his head and laughed. "All right then. All right, come." Blackie gestured for Chen to come to an open area. "Chen, good job. Get rid of him. Get rid of Blackie and one of my precious bottles of wine will be yours. Let's bet on how many moves Blackie will lose. I bet on 5 moves. I bet on 8 moves. I bet on 10 moves." The crowd of corporeal realm experts surrounded the two of them and loudly placed their bets. Blackie was indeed somewhat extraordinary. However, no one thought highly of him if he wanted to fight against Chen, who was at the same level as him. Thus, everyone placed their bets that Blackie would lose. Of course, there was also a big reason for this. They were deliberately taking revenge on Blackie. Blackie glared at the crowd and said angrily, "Wait until I get rid of Chen, then I'll deal with all of you." Chen smiled faintly. "Can we begin?" "Begin." Blackie, who had suppressed his realm, shouted loudly. Then, he mobilized his illusory realm power and clenched his fist as he charged towards Chen. Chen clenched his fist and counterattacked. Boom. The two fists collided with a loud sound. Both of them swayed and then each took 3 steps back. Blackie stared and praised, "Your strength is not bad." Chen said, "You're not bad either." As they spoke, the two of them once again flashed forward. Then, there was a series of bangs. The battle was very exciting, but it was not intense at all. Blackie had obviously used a lot of strength. He stared with wide eyes and panted heavily. Every strike caused energy vibrations. Chen was still smiling faintly as if he did not use much strength. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 20 moves. Chen, I say, you should use your full strength. If you continue like this, we'll lose miserably. Yeah, although we're just playing, our bets are not small. Each of us has bet a corporeal realm fragment. Chen, do your best. Let us see what Blackie looks like when he's beaten to the ground. The group of corporeal realm experts spoke one after another. Chen was still smiling faintly. On the other hand, Blackie could not stand these people's provocation and shouted, "Chen, are you out of strength? Bring it on. I don't believe that you, a mere virtual realm expert, can have much strength." Chen knew that Blackie was trying to provoke him, so he smiled and asked, "You really want to see it?" "Of course, come on." "I don't think you're that strong," Blackie shouted in a low, muffled voice. Chen still had a smile on his face. Then, he stepped forward again and threw the same punch as before. However, this time, it contained a powerful force. The air screamed because of Chen's strength. A force spread out with Chen's fist as the center. Ha! Feeling the threat of this punch, Blackie roared and mobilized the strength of the peak of the early stage of the virtual realm. He clenched his fist and punched at Zi Chen. Boom! Another explosion sounded and the energy spread out. This time, Zi Chen did not retreat a single step. On the other hand, Blackie was sent flying by a powerful force. Blackie was sent flying for dozens of meters. He slid 7 or 8 meters on the ground before he stopped. Yeah, I won. A total of 31 moves. I guessed it was 30 moves. I won, a reality realm expert shouted excitedly. 31 moves my ass. It was clearly one move. That's right. Those moves don't count. Zi Chen didn't use his full strength. All the reality realm experts were dissatisfied. Wang Jun looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. These people came out with him 500 years ago and stayed here for 500 years. Although they didn't have any complaints, they were clearly unhappy and couldn't feel at ease. Now that they were on their way home, they were clearly very happy. Although the army in the city had the name of Hupping City, it was more like being exiled. Thinking of the scene from 500 years ago, Wang Jun's expression changed. In front of him, Blackie stood up. He seemed very unconvinced and wanted to fight again. Zi Chen smiled when he heard this. You don't have to suppress your realm. How about the two of us fight with our full strength? The reality realm experts jeered again, but Blackie frowned slightly. Zi Chen knew what Blackie was worried about and said, "Don't worry. It's just a spar. No weapons will be used." Blackie was very wary of Zi Chen's saber that had no moves. Not only was Blackie wary, but everyone was wary. Even Wang Jun had once said that Zi Chen's saber contained some kind of mysterious trajectory. Once one stood within the range of Zi Chen's reality realm, it was impossible to avoid this saber. Unless one used an extremely powerful realm to suppress the opponent. Now that he heard that Zi Chen would not use a saber, Blackie immediately became spirited and said loudly, "Okay, I'll fight with you with my full strength." "Haha, don't worry. I'll definitely treat you well." Saying this, Blackie said to the 18 reality realm experts, "Is there anyone who wants to bet? Let's continue. This time, count me in. I bet 10 reality realm fragments on myself." 1 reality realm fragment was equivalent to 10,000 lore realm fragments. 10 was equivalent to 100,000. Blackie's bet was obviously a heavy one. Standing opposite Blackie, Zi Chen said, "Very well, I'll also bet on myself. I'll win with 10 pieces." Saying this, Zi Chen took out 10 reality realm fragments. The two sides were tied. Immediately after, the other reality realm experts began to place their bets. However, it was obvious that both sides had their bets. Zi Chen's combat strength was strong, but he was still one level lower than Blackie. Furthermore, he could not use a saber. After the bets were placed, the battle began. Zi Chen and Blackie charged at each other. Using the same moves as before, both of them punched out. Boom! Under this powerful punch, Zi Chen's figure swayed and he took 2 steps back. Blackie took 5 steps back, his face pale. Again. Zi Chen had a smile in his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he charged at Blackie. Boom! A dazzling fist light appeared again. It contained destructive power as it attacked Blackie. This time, Blackie could not react in time and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Next, Zi Chen launched a fierce attack. The rest of the people widened their eyes and looked at Zi Chen in shock. There was no suspense at all about the outcome of this battle. Blackie was completely defeated, and he admired Zi Chen even more. Zi Chen won and earned another 10 reality realm fragments. Along the way, everyone laughed and moved forward. Along the way, they encountered some bandits. However, when these people saw the tiger head in front of the flying boat, their expressions changed drastically and they quickly fled. The city's army was the largest in the entire Hupping City. No force dared to have any ideas about the city's army. On the way back, Blackie and the others were not worried about their safety at all. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. They were only half a year away from Hupping City. During this half a year, Zi Chen used sparring to familiarize himself with the virtual realm power and reality realm power in his body. It was worth mentioning that Chen had refined many rule realm fragments during this half a year, but the 3-meter virtual realm did not show any signs of expanding. In Wang Jun's words, once the virtual realm was formed, it would not expand anymore. The next step was to let the virtual realm stabilize and transform into the reality realm. However, those virtual realm spaces were at least 100 meters long. A 3-meter virtual realm like this had never appeared in the world. Chen was also puzzled by this. The flying boat flew forward. There was a huge canyon below. As soon as the flying boat arrived at the canyon, Chen's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1242. Chen's senses were extremely sharp. Everyone present knew that. Wang Jun was the same. Just as Chen sensed the abnormality and looked at Wang Jun, the latter's expression also became extremely serious. The two of them were undoubtedly the most powerful people on the flying ship. As their expressions fluctuated, the atmosphere around them changed as well. The group of realms who hadn't noticed anything unusual were able to sense the two's abnormalities. "What's wrong?" Hazy asked, puzzled. Chen shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. I feel like we're being spied on." "We're being spied on?" Hazy frowned and said angrily, "Where are the bandits from? Who dares to target our city army?" Wang Jun looked out of the airship and retracted his gaze after a while. He said, "We're in trouble." Trouble? Who would be so bold? Everyone still did not understand. The city army was the world's greatest protection. Who would be so bold as to attack the city army? Wang Jun did not speak. His expression became extremely gloomy. The surrounding air suddenly dropped and a killing intent faintly appeared. After sensing Wang Jun's killing intent, Chen was clearly surprised. He had been with Wang Jun for half a year and had never seen Wang Jun reveal such killing intent. Even when they met some evil bandits along the way, Wang Jun had never been so angry. Immediately after, the expressions of Hazy and the others turned ugly. Hazy said angrily, "Could it be them? Those damned bastards. Is it not enough that we were exiled?" After hearing this, the other realm experts' expressions turned even uglier. Seeing everyone's expressions and attitudes, Chen already had a vague guess. Since they dared to target the city army, they must have a huge faction behind them. In the entire Hupping city, the biggest faction was the city army. Chen did not ask about the grudge between the two sides. He looked at Wang Jun and asked, "What do we do now? Are we still going to continue forward?" The airship continued to advance rapidly above the canyon without stopping. "Yes, trouble will always come. We can't avoid it." Wang Jun looked at Chen and said, "Chen, this matter has nothing to do with you." Without waiting for Wang Jun to finish, Chen said, "Captain Wang, don't tell me you're going to kick me out at a time like this." Wang Jun's expression became very solemn. He was about to speak again when he heard this. Chen sat on the stool like a rascal and said, "You drove me out halfway. Where do you want me to go with Black Eagle? Don't think about driving me out. I won't go no matter what." No one was disgusted by Chen's shameless attitude. Instead, the gazes of the corporeal realm experts towards him became even more respectful. If it was said that everyone had treated Chen as a friend for the past 6 months, then now, they treated Chen as a brother. "Chen, from now on, you are my brother." Blackie stepped forward and patted Chen on the shoulder. He said, "When you surpass me one day, I will call you Big Brother." Chen looked at Blackie and said, "You don't seem to be able to beat me." There was no embarrassment on Blackie's face. He said earnestly to Chen, "I'm talking about your realm. Young man, you still have a long way to go." Chen replied seriously, "When my realm catches up to yours, I will be able to defeat you with a single finger. Let's talk about it when you get there." At this moment, everyone treated Chen as a true brother. In order to get to know this brother again, everyone took out the few private stashes they had on them. Their private stashes were of course wine, and only wine. A group of 21 people rarely sat together to drink and chat merrily. They ate the meat of general-level war beasts. In the past few decades, Black Eagle had killed many of them. During the meal, the flames of gossip in Chen's heart burned fiercely. He asked curiously, What's going on? Why are your enemies the city's central army? And what does exile mean? Zichen looked at Blackie, waiting for an answer. Unexpectedly, Blackie shook his head and laughed bitterly after hearing this. Then, he gave an answer that shocked Zichen. I don't know. You don't know? Zichen naturally didn't believe him. He then looked at the other realms. These people also shook their heads one after another. I don't know what grudges there are. We only know that the commander wanted to send Big Brother to the outside world, so we followed Big Brother here, Blackie said. Hearing this, Zichen's heart trembled again. When he looked at the group of realms again, there was an additional admiration in his eyes. Blackie had once told Zichen that the city's central army was considered training outside, and the rewards were pitifully small. Moreover, they would only be paid when they returned to the city after 500 years. In other words, Blackie and the others didn't know the reason and had willingly left with the royal army. Whether it was this trust or this brotherly love, it was admirable. Seeing the strange look in Zichen's eyes, Blackie said, "Don't reevaluate this world because of this. Let me tell you, there were 1,000 realms who followed Big Brother back then, but only 19 of us were willing to leave with him." Zichen shook his head and said, "That's not a small number. It's already a lot to have a few people like that." "That's right, a few is already a lot, not to mention 19 of us. Therefore, I'm very glad that I met these brothers," Wang Jun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Wang Jun looked at the crowd and said, "All these years, none of you have asked me about what happened before, and I'm very grateful. However, I believe that you must be very curious, or rather confused, as to why I fell out with Ju Chong to such an extent." The crowd didn't say anything. In fact, they were also very curious. Wang Jun and Ju Chong were both captains. Although they couldn't be considered brothers, they were definitely friends. However, the two of them had fought fiercely at that time, and the city's army had suffered casualties. This angered the higher-ups, and one was exiled while the other was imprisoned. The main reason for our falling out was because of the Void Tree. As soon as Wang Jun finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. If there were any priceless treasures in the Zhanwu continent, then the Void Tree was definitely one of them. This was something that even Earth Realm cultivators dreamed of. No one wouldn't covet it. At that time, I was still a captain. One of my subordinates came to me and gave me half a jade slip. At the same time, he told me that it contained the secret of the Void Tree. He found this thing when he went out to train, and he also got half a jade slip like his companion. The city's army also had time to rest. Usually, they would go out to train or look for opportunities. The matter was very simple. The two of them went out to train together, and then found a jade slip with the secret of the Void Tree. However, it was very dangerous, and with their strength, they couldn't reach it alive. Therefore, the two of them divided the jade slip equally and decided to look for powerhouses at the same time. They didn't dare to look for commander-level powerhouses, so they could only look for captains. However, because the two of them didn't trust each other, they looked for their respective captains. After getting half a jade slip, Wang Jun brought his subordinates to look for Ju Chong. They originally wanted to discuss it, but they didn't expect Ju Chong to be greedy. Therefore, a fierce battle broke out in the city. In this battle, the two corporeal realm cultivators who got the jade slip died. Wang Jun and Ju Chong fought fiercely, and finally attracted the attention of the commanders. The commanders asked about the reason for the battle, but naturally, no one told them, so they punished the two of them. The cause of this matter was the Void Tree. This surprised and shocked Zichen. Wang Jun was willing to share this secret because he trusted everyone and treated everyone as his brothers. The Void Tree was very important. Even if the two of them were punished, it was normal that they didn't tell the commanders. In that case, the person hiding in the dark is Ju Chong, Zichen said. Wang Jun shook his head and said, "It can't be Ju Chong himself, but it should be someone he found. He's a captain like you, so he's naturally at the same level. What methods does he have to find someone else?" Zichen asked curiously. This time, Blackie answered Zichen's question. He said coldly, "He's just a captain, so he naturally doesn't have such methods. However, his father is a commander in the city's army. He's the commander who punished Big Brother. When Chen heard this, his mouth opened slightly. He was somewhat surprised. His grandfather was once the commander of the city's army. After he left his post, he established a family clan in Hupping City, the Zhu family. Chen's mouth was wide open. He found it hard to believe. Was there going to be 3 commanders in one family? It was no wonder that both parties had made a mistake. One was exiled, while the other was imprisoned. As for whether it was seclusion or actual imprisonment, no one could say for sure. However, this made Chen even more puzzled. He asked, if that's the case, why didn't Zhu Chong tell his father or grandfather about this? With them appearing, the chances of them obtaining the jade slip are very high. The group of reality realm experts looked at Chen with strange expressions. Blackie said directly, if he told them, wouldn't he lose his share? That can't be. One is his father, and the other is his grandfather. They're related by blood. Could it be that they want to snatch something from their own child? Chen asked curiously. Blackie sneered. They're related by blood, but they're also cultivators. In front of the void tree, mere blood is nothing. Let alone the fact that one is his father and the other is his grandfather, even the city lord would disregard his status and personally take action. In this world, there's never any kinship. There's only interest. In front of interest, what's kinship? Chen understood this very well. Although there were such people in the Tianwu continent, there were not many of them. However, in the Jianwu continent, this situation seemed to be too common. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. There were many experts in this world, and they were bent on becoming stronger. As for enjoyment, it was only secondary. The opportunity to become stronger was right in front of them. They naturally would not give up or miss it. Of course, Chen did not believe that this was all. Just like how Chen had met Blackie and the others, there were definitely people in this world who valued their blood and family. This canyon was very large. The flying boat flew for half a day without flying across it. When they passed by a towering mountain peak, the surrounding space suddenly began to tremble. Following that, rays of light lit up in all directions. These rays of light were materialized energy. After they rose, they connected together and formed a spatial restriction. The tiger-headed flying boat happened to be enveloped by the spatial restriction. Chapter 1243. This sudden change did not cause any panic. Chen and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, were very calm. As expected of the somewhat famous Wang Jun. You're not panicking in the face of danger. You must have sensed our presence long ago. An indifferent voice sounded from the restricted space as a person walked out from the shadows. It was a man wearing dark armor. His eyes were very small but very bright. At this moment, he was staring at Wang Jun with eyes as cold as those of a poisonous snake. This was a late corporeal realm existence. The moment he appeared, other cultivators appeared in the restricted space. A total of 11 people appeared. Aside from the man in dark armor, there was another late corporeal realm cultivator. The other 9 were mid-corporeal realm cultivators. 2 late corporeal realm cultivators and 9 mid-corporeal realm cultivators. It was obvious that they were prepared to leave no survivors. Wang Jun looked at the man in front of him and said indifferently, Zhu Chong sent you. The man suddenly smiled and said, is that important? Wang Jun shook his head and said, it's not important. Only one side can survive. The man swept his gaze over the 20 people in the city and said mockingly, do you think you can survive? He did not pay any attention to Chen because Chen was only at the void realm. Not only did the man ignore Chen, even the other corporeal realm cultivators chose to ignore Chen. A smile appeared on Wang Jun's face as he said indifferently, we'll only know if we can survive after we fight. Spatial power surged around Wang Jun as he said this. He clenched his fist and charged at the man. The moment Wang Jun moved, the 2 late corporeal realm cultivators on the other side also moved. The 3 of them were like 3 rays of light as they instantly tangled together. Immediately after, the 9 mid-corporeal realm cultivators on the other side also charged towards them. Ha! Hazy roared. Powerful energy surged around his body and blocked the 2 of them. He was fighting 1 against 2. The other 18 early corporeal realm cultivators attacked the 7 mid-corporeal realm cultivators. Although these 18 people were very nervous, they still charged forward. Besides being unafraid of death, it was more because of the powerful Zichen. Zichen's battle strength was second only to Wang Jun. It was obviously a good thing for them that such an existence was ignored. However, in the eyes of the enemy, this kind of disregard was too terrifying. Boom! Waves of energy surged as the battle broke out. No one paid any attention to Zichen, nor did anyone look at Zichen. An early corporeal realm expert coughed up blood as he was sent flying backwards. The huge gap between their realms made it impossible for him to resist. Pu. Immediately after, the second person was sent flying. This time, the 9 mid-corporeal realm experts had come with the sole purpose of killing these early corporeal realm experts. Then, the third early corporeal realm expert was sent flying backwards. Looking at the soldiers flying backwards, the intermediate stage expert coldly laughed, and then quickly rushed towards them with his weapon. From the beginning of the battle, just as they had planned, they had long since figured out the strength of their opponents, and this time, they had come to silence them. Suddenly, a dangerous aura attacked him from behind. The middle stage corporeal expert's expression changed drastically as he quickly turned around and slashed behind him. After turning around, he saw a person. It was the emptiness realm expert he had previously ignored. At this moment, the emptiness realm expert was looking at him indifferently. The weapon in his hand was already in front of the emptiness realm expert. He only needed to move his weapon half a meter forward and he would be able to kill the emptiness realm expert in front of him. However, he obviously didn't have the chance. An even faster blade light swept past his neck. With a puff, the middle stage corporeal realm expert's head flew high into the air. The middle stage corporeal realm expert's expression froze as a surge of corporeal realm energy surged into his consciousness through the long blade, destroying his soul. An emptiness realm expert had killed a corporeal realm expert with a single slash. This scene caused the battle on this side to pause for a moment. The group of middle-stage corporeal realm experts subconsciously looked towards this side. Their expressions were filled with shock and astonishment. The middle-stage corporeal realm expert's body fell towards the ground. His head, which had flown high into the air, also fell to the ground due to exhaustion. His face was filled with shock, and at the same time, he had lost all signs of life. Damn it! Everyone be careful! A cold voice rang out from the mouth of a middle-stage corporeal realm expert. He decisively abandoned his opponent and rushed towards Zichen. In the eyes of the crowd, Zichen's killing of the middle-stage corporeal realm expert was merely an accident. They wouldn't think highly of him because of this, but at the same time, they would absolutely not allow this accident to live. The lightning wings on Zichen's back did not appear. He displayed his footwork and rapidly retreated backwards. His face was also filled with surprise, but even more so with shock. At this moment, he was like a person filled with fear. He had long since lost his will to fight and was desperately trying to escape. It was normal for an early-stage corporeal realm expert to have such a terrified expression when facing off against a middle-stage corporeal realm expert. The middle-stage corporeal realm expert charged towards Zichen. Zichen was so frightened that he retreated backwards. He was extremely flustered, and the hand holding his long blade was trembling. At this moment, the lives of the early-stage corporeal realm experts were in imminent danger. Naturally, no one had the time to watch Zichen's exquisite acting. If they had the time, they would definitely praise him. This was because Zichen was already strong to begin with. Now that he was deliberately acting weak, it was very obvious that these corporeal realm experts would die a miserable death. Zichen, who was retreating, almost tumbled through the air due to his fear. The middle-stage corporeal realm expert, who had originally been slightly wary of Zichen, completely relaxed his vigilance when he saw Zichen's expression. His face was filled with disdain and mockery as he sped up towards Zichen. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Zichen. The power of space on the weapon in his hand was channeled as he viciously stabbed it towards Zichen's chest. His acceleration was very sudden and very strange. He arrived in an instant as if he had teleported. In his opinion, This corporeal realm expert would definitely be scared witless by his extreme speed. However, when he indifferently looked towards the corporeal realm expert, he saw a calm and indifferent face. This face was filled with confidence and his eyes were filled with killing intent. What's going on? The middle stage corporeal realm expert felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what it was. At this moment, a blade light appeared in front of his eyes. The blade light blocked the corporeal realm expert's indifferent expression. After this block, the middle stage corporeal realm expert never saw that indifferent face again. Phut! Another soft sound rang out. The second head that flew backwards attracted the attention of the others. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Then, they looked towards the corporeal realm expert once more. The corporeal realm expert's face was filled with fear. The illusory weapon in his hand was also trembling in fear. However, this seemingly helpless corporeal realm expert had used his illusory weapon to kill two corporeal realm experts. This seemed to be something that defied common sense. This was unscientific. However, when the crowd recalled the previous scene, it seemed that their comrade had sped up and killed the enemy. However, this corporeal realm expert couldn't withstand the pressure and directly slashed forward with his blade. It was this slash that took their comrade's life because his comrade didn't defend himself. Filled with doubt and some vigilance, the third middle stage corporeal realm expert charged towards Zi Chen. This time, Zi Chen turned around and began to flee. As he fled, he was still screaming in fear. This was clearly a well-acted act. The middle stage corporeal realm expert let out a roar and chased after Zi Chen. Soon, the two disappeared one after the other. The corporeal realm expert's speed surprised the corporeal realm expert. However, the distance between the two of them was closing. Suddenly, the fleeing corporeal realm expert stopped running. He turned around and smiled at the corporeal realm expert. The smile was very strange. The corporeal realm expert subconsciously stopped running. His vigilance towards the corporeal realm expert increased by a notch. Suddenly, a sense of danger came from behind him. The corporeal realm expert subconsciously turned around. When he turned around, he saw the corporeal realm expert standing behind him. However, the corporeal realm expert was no longer the corporeal realm expert. The corporeal realm expert could clearly sense the power of space from the weapon in his opponent's hand. You! The corporeal realm expert's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he mobilized a large amount of space energy to block in front of him. At the same time, the weapon in his hand stabbed towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen's expression was indifferent as he slashed down with his blade. Phut! The blade light bypassed the corporeal realm expert's weapon at an extremely fast speed. It then cut through space energy and headed straight for the corporeal realm expert's neck. Another head flew into the air. Out of the 7 middle stage corporeal realm experts, 3 of them had been killed by Zi Chen in the span of a few breaths. When Zi Chen reappeared in the crowd's line of sight, he attracted the attention of the crowd. It was obvious that killing 3 people in a row was no longer as simple as a coincidence. Among them, the 2 middle-stage corporeal realm experts looked at each other and then charged towards Zi Chen in unison. On the entire battlefield, He Zi and Wang Jun could still hold on, but the group of early-stage corporeal realm experts could not. Even though they had done their best to defend, 4 of them had still died. The 2 corporeal realm experts charged towards Zi Chen from the left and right. Zi Chen glanced at the 2 of them, then turned around and continued to flee. This time, the 2 corporeal realm experts were clearly much more careful. When he reached the end of the space, Zi Chen stopped. Thunder wings appeared on his back, revealing a 2-meter corporeal realm. Seeing this scene, the 2 were naturally stunned. However, their faces quickly turned into mockery. So this is what you're capable of. A 2-meter corporeal realm, haha. Zi Chen did not respond to their mockery. He only waved his hand and a black shadow silently descended from the sky. The longer the Black Eagle followed Zi Chen, the more it understood the principle of keeping a low profile. Under normal circumstances, it almost did not need to cry out in battle. The Black Eagle's aura descended from the sky. When the 2 raised their heads, their expressions changed greatly. A spirit rank beast. The two exclaimed and prepared to attack. At this moment, Zi Chen stepped forward with his blade. This battle lasted for a very short time. Zi Chen once again appeared on the battlefield. This time, Zi Chen directly attracted the attention of the late-stage corporeal realm expert. After the two of them looked at each other, one of them charged towards Zi Chen. This time, Zi Chen did not run away. A corporeal realm opened and enveloped Zi Chen. Zi Chen and the late-stage corporeal realm expert disappeared one after the other. The battle on the battlefield continued. Wang Jun indifferently glanced at the corporeal realm in front of him, then opened his own corporeal realm. He did not know how long Zi Chen could last, so he had to end the battle quickly. There were 9 mid-stage corporeal realm experts on the battlefield. Zi Chen had killed 5, so there were 4 left. He Zi would lead the group and kill the remaining 4. Within his own corporeal realm, Zi Chen, who was hoping to reach the corporeal realm after entering the corporeal realm, had a strange glint in his cold eyes. Chapter 1244. In the realm of reality, the materialized space energy formed a pressure that enveloped Zi Chen like a space shackle. Facing the pressure of the space energy, Zi Chen raised his own 2-meter realm of reality and blocked most of the space energy outside. Seeing Zi Chen's realm constantly rising, reaching the early realm of reality in an instant and even blocking his space shackle, the late realm of reality's indifferent expression gradually turned into one of astonishment. Not bad at all. The late realm of reality's eyes gradually turned fiery as he nodded in satisfaction. Being able to kill the late realm of reality proved that the other party was extraordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary he was still only at the early realm of reality. Moreover, his true realm was still at the virtual realm. It was inevitable that the late realm of reality would see through Zi Chen. Time was of the essence. Killing Wang Jun was the most important thing. The scene before him was just a passing thought. Without saying anything, the late realm of reality launched an attack. The entire realm of reality began to tremble as a large amount of space energy was absorbed by a long sword. Immediately after, a stream of sword chi shot out from the long sword. The sword chi moved as fast as teleportation and arrived in front of Zi Chen in an instant. Zi Chen raised his blade to block. Bang! The space energy turned into ripples that spread in all directions. Cracks immediately appeared on the long sword in Zi Chen's hand before it exploded with a bang. As for Zi Chen himself, he used the remaining force of this attack to quickly retreat. Soon, Zi Chen retreated to the edge of the realm of reality and attacked the space in front of him. Boom! The powerful force bombarded the space barrier, causing the entire realm of reality to tremble. It's useless. With your current strength, you can't break through this place. Seeing Zi Chen trying to escape, the mid-realm of reality sneered. In this realm of reality, he was the master. Whether it was speed or attack, he was much stronger than the outside world. As he slashed down with his sword, another powerful attack rushed toward Zi Chen. Zi Chen had no choice but to take out another virtual weapon to block. Bang! After one attack, the virtual weapon shattered again. Zi Chen took this opportunity to escape again. However, in the real world, Zi Chen's position had been locked onto and there was no way for him to escape. One attack after another appeared from the horizon, heading straight for Zi Chen. The powerful force caused the entire space to tremble. Zi Chen's virtual weapons shattered one by one. These illusionary weapons were all left behind by the original Emptiness Realm cultivators. At this moment, they were completely defenseless against the attack of a late corporeal realm cultivator. In this situation, Zi Chen naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to take out the Dragon Soul Spear. Every time Zi Chen escaped, he would attempt to attack the spatial barrier. In the eyes of a late-stage corporeal expert, it was only natural that Zi Chen was afraid. Aside from being afraid, the late-stage corporeal realm expert had also discovered that his opponent was afraid of close combat and was constantly trying to increase the distance between them. Come to think of it, the other party was only at the early corporeal realm. Whether it was in terms of spatial control or strength, the other party was far inferior to him. If he were to attack at close range, the other party would not be able to resist and would die in one blow. After coming to this conclusion, the late-stage corporeal realm expert sneered and charged toward Zi Chen. In this period of time, he attacked less frequently and increased his speed. The distance between the two grew smaller and smaller. Zi Chen's expression didn't change, but the late-stage corporeal realm expert could clearly see a trace of panic in the depths of his eyes. He immediately sneered in his heart. Bang! Another attack destroyed the virtual weapon in Zi Chen's hand. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the late-stage corporeal realm expert's eyes and he suddenly accelerated towards Zi Chen. Using the power of space, the late-stage corporeal realm expert appeared in front of Zi Chen in an instant as if he had teleported. The long sword in his hand pierced toward Zi Chen's forehead. Now is the time! A smug smile appeared on the late-stage corporeal realm expert's face. He seemed to be able to see the scene of his sword breaking through the space of reality and stabbing his opponent to death to obtain the thunder wings. Now is the time! Zi Chen had also been waiting for the right moment. Now, the time had come. Just as the virtual weapon shattered, a long sword appeared in his hand once again. The long sword was completely black in color and was a demonic blade. The moment it appeared, a powerful energy spread out from it. The long sword was no longer a virtual weapon, but a real one. It wasn't an ordinary one either. It was a weapon forged by the fusion of several real weapons with the help of the everlasting Pill Cauldron and Wang Jun. There were fine runes on the surface of the demonic blade. This was a formation that increased attack power. It was personally carved by the late-stage corporeal realm expert, Wang Jun. The already extraordinary demonic blade's power increased yet again. After the demonic blade entered his hand, Zi Chen swung it forward. This slash was as simple and casual as the countless slashes he had made before. When Zi Chen swung his blade, there was no one in front of him. After the blade light descended, the figure of the late-stage corporeal realm expert appeared in front of him. In addition, there was also a sword. The tip of the sword pierced straight toward Zi Chen's forehead. Due to the enhancement of his own space, the sword was faster than Zi Chen's blade even though it came later. Before the long sword could land, the sword had already arrived. However, Zi Chen's expression didn't change. He simply swung his blade, but this strike was already a desperate one. The late-stage corporeal realm expert had naturally calculated all of this. He laughed sinisterly as he thrust his sword forward. The long sword did indeed land first, but it didn't pierce through Zi Chen's 2-meter corporeal realm. When it reached the surface, a golden light flickered. The golden light on the surface of the space flickered. The long sword was met with a great resistance and was unable to continue forward. This scene caused the late-stage corporeal realm expert's expression to change. He immediately chose to retreat without a second thought. If they were in the outside world, he wouldn't have been able to react in such a short amount of time. However, he was in his own space, which was equivalent to him being the master, so his speed was much faster. Phut! However, Zi Chen's blade wasn't slow either. It slashed down as the late-stage corporeal realm expert retreated, cutting open his throat. More than half of the late-stage corporeal realm expert's throat was cut open. Blood gushed out from the wound. The late-stage corporeal realm expert retreated with a face full of fear. Fortunately, this was his space. If they were in the outside world, this slash would have definitely beheaded him. Even so, this slash had caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, before he could rejoice, he saw a black bolt of lightning charging towards him from the front. He didn't have time to see the bolt of lightning clearly, so he could only raise his sword to block. Clang! A resounding sound rang out as sparks flew everywhere. The late-stage corporeal realm expert only felt a strong force hit him before he was sent flying along with his sword. Swoosh! Taking advantage of the Black Eagle's attack, Zi Chen suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the late-stage corporeal realm expert. He swung his blade again. The late-stage corporeal realm expert was indeed worthy of his title. Facing Zi Chen's flawless attacks, he let out an explosive roar and shook the power around him. A surge of power rushed out in all directions. Zi Chen was the first to bear the brunt of the power and was directly pushed back by the power. However, his slash had left a long gash on the late-stage corporeal realm expert's body. Just as Zi Chen retreated, The black eagle noiselessly descended from the sky and attacked once again. The man and eagle's cooperation became flawless. From this moment on, the late-stage corporeal realm expert could only parry and was unable to retaliate. However, the opponent still managed to block more than 10 attacks from their combined attack, allowing Zi Chen to seize the opportunity and cut off the opponent's head. The moment the head flew into the air, the everlasting pill cauldron suddenly appeared and collected the head. After doing all this, Zi Chen felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out in an instant and he almost collapsed. Zi Chen didn't need to control it. A fire dragon rushed out and disappeared with the late-stage corporeal realm expert's corpse. The late-stage corporeal realm expert had been taken away, but he didn't die. Soon, a trembling sound came from the pill cauldron. The surrounding corporeal realm space slowly dissipated as Zi Chen and the black eagle appeared in the air. The pill cauldron followed behind them as a series of trembling sounds came from time to time. The battle between the mid-stage corporeal realm experts was still going on outside. When they saw another figure appear in the air, they all looked towards the sky. Their expressions changed drastically in a single glance. The one who had appeared wasn't the late-stage corporeal realm expert, but the illusory realm expert from before. Shock immediately appeared on everyone's faces as they were extremely shocked by the ominous guesses in their hearts. As for the surviving city guards, they were also stunned by the scene before them. Zi Chen had expended a lot of energy after the battle, but the Black Eagle was much less exhausted. It immediately charged towards the other mid-stage corporeal realm experts. Moments later, Wang Jun and another late-stage corporeal realm expert also appeared. Wang Jun's face was somewhat pale and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In contrast, the late-stage corporeal realm expert had a bloody hole in his chest and was missing an arm. "It's useless. You will die today," the late-stage corporeal realm expert coldly said. "That may not be the case." A smile appeared on Wang Jun's pale face when he saw Zi Chen. The late-stage corporeal realm expert naturally saw Zi Chen as well. His expression changed as he asked, "Where is he?" Zi Chen gestured for him to look towards the pill cauldron. It was still shaking at this moment, but it was much weaker than before. How is this possible? The late-stage corporeal realm expert's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, the Black Eagle that had just finished its battle charged towards the opponent. Zi Chen also raised his chi and charged towards the opponent. Wang Jun smiled coldly and stepped forward with his weapon in hand. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. After the late-stage corporeal realm expert died, the restricted space immediately collapsed. It was worth mentioning that Zi Chen's sharp senses had discovered a hidden person when the restricted space collapsed. After discovering the target with his yin-yang eyes, Wang Jun blasted this person out with his gaze. To everyone's surprise, this person was also a late-stage corporeal realm expert. However, this person seemed to have just broken through not too long ago and had barely stabilized his cultivation. A trace of astonishment appeared on his face when he saw Wang Jun and the rest. Next, he was besieged by 2 people and 1 eagle until he died. The enemy was completely annihilated and Zi Chen's side had achieved a complete victory. However, no one was happy because they had also lost people on their side. Out of the 18 early-stage corporeal realm experts, 8 had died and only 10 were left alive. This was even after Zi Chen had finished off his opponents beforehand. If it wasn't for Zi Chen, all of them would have been completely annihilated. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone's expressions were very heavy because no one knew if there would be another ambush like this one. Since they hadn't succeeded this time, it was obvious that more people would come later. The flying boat continued forward. No one spoke as the atmosphere was oppressive and silent. Chapter 1245. The silence was broken by Zi Chen. The oppressive atmosphere eased a little. Wang Jun shook his head and said, "Hupping City is half a year's journey from here. It's unlikely that they arrived here half a year ago. They should be the city's army in charge of the teleportation station nearby. Now that they're dead, what about the teleportation station?" Zi Chen asked, puzzled. Wang Jun smiled bitterly. Although the city's army has a lot of power, it doesn't mean that they can't die. After all, Not everyone in this world respects the city's army. At the very least, beasts don't care about this. There was once a city's army outside the teleportation station that was slaughtered by a passing king-level beast. Within the area of Hupping City, every city's army has a life plate before they're appointed. Once they die, the life plate will crumble and a new city's army will arrive very soon. Of course, the cause of their death will still be investigated, but it's just symbolic. Zichen nodded and then fell into silence. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing behind the glamorous city's army. After a while, he said, there was an ambush once. Maybe there will be a second or third time. We were lucky to have escaped once. Luck may not be with us in the future. I think we should take a detour. That's the only way now. Wang Jun obviously agreed. The others naturally had no objections. Wang Jun took out the map again and deliberately took a detour according to the map's directions. For the rest of the journey, they didn't encounter any ambushes, perhaps because they took a detour. In the remaining time, Zichen continued to cultivate. The speed at which he refined the emptiness fragment was astounding. Of course, in his spare time, he would talk to Wang Jun about some cultivation problems or other problems. What Zichen desperately wanted to know now was whether those big trading points in the city would be able to buy this batch of goods in his hands. Wang Jun smiled and said, as long as you're in Hupping City, any trading point will be able to buy your goods. However, I need to remind you that it's best to pick all the fruits on them when you trade. That way, you won't suffer a loss. Wang Jun's words were a reminder. He meant that those people weren't so easily fooled. If they wanted to increase the price by using mutated varieties to cheat them, they would definitely fail. In that kind of place, those who dared to open a trading place naturally had a background. If they were found to be cheating people there, they would have to pay a huge price. Zichen nodded. He clearly understood what was going on with his items. It was all thanks to the purple gold gourd. Once he left the purple gold gourd, these items would become normal items again. The more he understood about Hupping City, the more urgent Zichen was to raise his realm. While they were chatting, Wang Jun suddenly asked, "Are you interested in joining the city's army?" "Me?" Zichen was stunned. After seeing Wang Jun nod, Zichen asked in confusion, "Isn't the minimum requirement for the city's army at the reality realm? It's true that the corporeal realm is the standard, but that's not all of it. With your current combat strength that can instantly kill an early corporeal realm expert, you definitely qualify to join the city's central army. You're even qualified to be a captain, let alone an ordinary soldier. The promotion path of the city's central army relies on combat strength. Whoever has the strongest combat strength will be promoted. When the time comes, all you need to do is directly challenge a captain." In the face of Wang Jun's invitation, Zichen seemed a little hesitant. Wang Jun continued, "It's not bad to be a city's central army. Everyone in the city respects you and no one dares to interfere. In your free time, you can even go out and earn some extra money like a hunter. The most important thing is that the city's central army's treatment is very good. If you become a captain, you'll get 100 pieces of reality fragments a month, which is equivalent to 1 million lore fragments. You should know that for us, 1 month is just a snap of the fingers." Wang Jun's persuasion and enticement were all due to Zichen's combat strength. If it was an ordinary virtual realm expert, they wouldn't even have the right to talk to Wang Jun. The reward Wang Jun mentioned made Zichen a little tempted. 100 pieces of reality fragments a month, which in Zichen's opinion was equivalent to killing 100 corporeal realm experts. Zichen couldn't guarantee that there would still be corporeal realm experts for him to kill when he reached Hupping City. Moreover, Wang Jun had clearly told him that aside from the deathmatch arena, no one was allowed to fight in Hupping City. Violators would be punished. Of course, the strongest person, the city lord, was an exception. There were many benefits to being a city's central army, but Zichen wasn't in a hurry to agree because there was still a long way to go before he reached the city. "What's the hunter you mentioned just now?" Zichen suddenly remembered Wang Jun's words. "It's a very free job. You need to go to Hunter's Castle to sign up for an assessment. There are many experts there who can compete with the city's central army. However, Some people say that it's actually a kind of official force. Wang Jun explained, the city's army is only divided into ranks. As for battle power, there is no clear division. Hunters are different, they have a clear division of ranks, starting from level 1. However, the hunter's castle does not have a level 1 hunting order, the lowest is level 2. Level 2 is equivalent to the emptiness realm, level 3 is equivalent to the reality realm, level 4 is equivalent to the hunter king, and level 4 is equivalent to the domain realm. The hunter's main job is to kill beasts and take on some escort missions, just like mercenaries. What's the assessment for hunters? Zi Chen asked curiously. He still yearned for the life of a hunter. The content of the assessment is not fixed. Relatively speaking, you have more freedom than the city's central army, but there is no guarantee. Moreover, the hunter's castle will deduct your earnings from the missions. Sometimes, you won't be able to receive any missions for a long time, so naturally, there is no guarantee for your livelihood. If you are interested in being a hunter, you should join the city's central army. Usually, you will stay in the city and have a guaranteed life. In your spare time, you can take the hunter assessment and go out on missions. By the way, I am a level 3 hunter. Zi Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said, the city's central army can also be a hunter. Of course, but there are restrictions. It's not as free as a hunter. This is my level 3 hunting order. Wang Jun took out a token and handed it to Zi Chen. It was an ancient bronze token with a sword and saber carved on it. The sword and saber crossed each other, and there was a huge beast head at the intersection. This means that you can hunt beasts. In the Zhonwu continent, there are many hunters who hunt beasts as their main source of income. Wang Jun explained, level 3 is the ancient bronze token, and level 4 is the Hunter King's token. At that time, the hunter's castle will give you a reward. Even if you don't go out on missions, you will receive a considerable income every month. Zi Chen nodded when he heard this. A Hunter King was equivalent to a domain realm expert. This kind of existence had already opened up their own domain and became the ruler of their own domain. Naturally, their strength was extremely powerful. Such a powerhouse was naturally worthy of being roped in by those forces. Although Zi Chen had the strength of a corporeal realm expert, his actual realm was only at the emptiness realm. His realm was relatively low. This time, the detour would take nearly half a year. Zi Chen had become very diligent in his cultivation and consumed a lot of resources along the way. Having just stepped into the emptiness realm, Zi Chen did not have any bottlenecks. As long as he continued to refine the fragments of the emptiness realm, his strength would continue to break through. Because the refining speed was very fast, Zi Chen's realm improved very quickly as well. The 3-meter emptiness realm did not expand along the way. However, with the accumulation of resources from Zi Chen, the emptiness realm also absorbed a huge amount of emptiness realm energy. Once the emptiness realm energy reached a certain level of saturation, it would begin to transform into a corporeal realm. Zi Chen's emptiness realm was only 3 meters wide. However, whether it was before he opened it or after he absorbed it, he needed a huge amount of energy to maintain it. This was something that no one could understand. It could be said that Zi Chen was the emptiness realm expert with the smallest void space in history. However, he might also be the strongest emptiness realm expert. Zi Chen's realm was constantly improving. Soon, another few months had passed. Even with the detour, they were getting closer and closer to Hupping City. Except for Zi Chen and Black Eagle, the others stopped cultivating and became very alert. Just like that, they traveled for another 2 months. In Wang Jun's words, there was still half a month's journey to Hupping City. Everyone who was previously nervous heaved a sigh of relief. This was because the number of flying boats they encountered gradually increased along the way. All the flying boats revealed a fearful expression when they saw the tiger-headed flying boat. Under such circumstances, no one dared to have any ideas about the city's army. When they were 3 days away from Hupping City, Wang Jun woke up Zi Chen, who was in closed-door cultivation. "We're here," Zi Chen said as the energy surging around him slowly dissipated. "There are still 3 days' journey. I'm here to ask you if you've thought about joining the city's army," Wang Jun said. "I haven't thought about it yet. I don't think I'm in a hurry. I want to go to the city and sell my things first, Zichen said. That's good too. However, I'll sign you up first. The quota will only be approved after a few days. By then, you'll have finished selling your things. All right then. Zichen thought about it seriously. Actually, joining the city's army was not a bad idea. It also gave him freedom. Since he was not familiar with this place, he might as well work for a while first. Sure enough, after walking out of the room and onto the flying boat, Zichen found that there were more flying boats around. Under such circumstances, apart from battle beasts, no one would dare to make a move on the city's army. Moreover, Zichen also saw many flying boats from the city's army. During the 3 days, everyone gathered again. Wang Jun told them that they needed to keep the jade slip a secret. However, he also promised that once he communicated with Ju Chong, he would take everyone to the city. Naturally, no one had any objections. Soon, they arrived at Hupping City. It was a huge city that Zichen had never seen before. It was much bigger than the Heaven's Pride city in the world of the ancient road. The whole city looked like a crouching tiger. When they were 500 li away from Hupping City, all the flying boats stopped in advance. Then, a group of cultivators left the flying boats and flew towards Hupping City. The city's army stood guard at the city gate. All the cultivators who came and went had to pay an entrance fee. Of course, the city's army did not have to pay. It was said that hunters did not have to pay either. Zichen paid 10 law fragments and followed Wang Jun and the others into Hupping City. Chapter 1246. Zichen entered the city that day and stayed in an inn. This place gave him a very warm feeling. As for the second feeling, it was expensive. Everything here was linked to the nomological fragments. In this world where Earth Prime was only worth 1 piece and Virtual Realm was worth 100 pieces, Zichen deeply felt that the life of an ordinary Virtual Realm expert was not easy. Zichen had killed hundreds of Virtual Realm experts. From the spirit rings of these people, Zichen could clearly feel that more than half of these people did not have the qualifications to live in Hupping City. The annual accommodation fee was as high as a few thousand Virtual Realm experts. This was completely enough to make the remaining half of the Virtual Realm experts retreat. In addition, cultivation was also an indispensable expense. More than 90% of the people who could stay in the inn were Corporeal Realm experts, while the other 10% were some staff members. As for Virtual Realm experts like Zichen, there were very few of them. They could be considered outliers. That day, Zichen stayed in his room and did not come out. He also relaxed and had a good rest for the day. Private fights were prohibited in the entire city. If one had enough resources, this city was enough to protect one's safety. The next morning, Zichen woke up, washed up, and left the inn. He originally wanted to eat something, but after seeing the strange gazes of the people around him, he immediately gave up on the idea. In this place, taverns were synonymous with luxury goods. It was already surprising that Zichen, a mere Virtual Realm expert, stayed in an inn. If he also went to eat, many people would be concerned. The miniature storm wind eagle stood on Zichen's shoulder. Zichen began to look for some places to trade. The streets were filled with cultivators. So far, Zichen had never seen an Earth Prime expert. As for Virtual Realm experts, he had seen quite a few. However, these people were mostly businessmen. They had some good things on hand and were here to trade. Most of them would leave the city before dark. Along the way, he saw the most Corporeal Realm experts. Compared to Zhongzhen, this place was almost filled with Corporeal Realm experts. There were also quite a few trading places. There were big and small shops. Many Emptiness Realm experts had gone to those small shops, but Zichen was looking for a big shop. Zichen didn't know if there was a habit of double-crossing here, so he came to a bigger store. The other party's reputation was naturally higher. After all, what he wanted to trade was a huge sum. If the trade went smoothly, Zichen wouldn't have to worry about resources for a long time. When Zichen walked into a shop that he was satisfied with, he was slightly absent-minded when he saw the scene inside. There were many female service staff here. They were all wearing the same uniform. They were good-looking and had sweet smiles. When they saw Zichen come in, One of them walked towards Zi Chen leisurely. Zi Chen had seen his fair share of beauties. For example, Su Mengyaro and the others were all peak beauties. Although these women were beautiful, they weren't on the same level as Su Mengyaro and the others. But that was only limited to the martial heaven continent. It went without saying that these people were the most beautiful women Zi Chen had seen since coming to the martial heaven continent. Moreover, they were also the most beautiful women Zi Chen had seen. Just like resources, female cultivators were also an extremely scarce resource in this world. But Zi Chen didn't expect to encounter so many here. In fact, Zi Chen didn't know that on the teleportation platform under the jurisdiction of the city's army, whenever a female cultivator was found, the city's army would bring them to their respective cities. And because of the scarcity of female cultivators were destined to have a better life than male cultivators of the same level in this world. There were very few female cultivators outside the city. Most of the female cultivators in the city did some service work. As for beauty, at this level, which one of them wasn't beautiful and moving? The service staff looked at Zi Chen with a hint of imperceptible surprise in their eyes, but they still greeted Zi Chen politely. "I'm here to see what's here," Zi Chen said lightly. "Okay, but what do you need to see?" The woman always had a smile on her face. "We have pills, weapons, and some rare items here, but there are relatively few items that are suitable for the virtual realm." The woman was at the middle stage of the virtual realm, one level higher than Zi Chen. Her attitude was very gentle. Zi Chen's gaze swept across the hall, and his expression gradually changed. How was this relatively few? There were none at all. Zi Chen's eyes swept across. Almost everything was aimed at the reality realm. As for the virtual realm, there was nothing at all. The woman seemed to see Zi Chen's awkwardness, and said kindly, "You can look at the things here, maybe you'll find one or two useful things." Zi Chen nodded, and then the woman led him to look at the things here. The first thing that Zi Chen saw were real weapons. The only difference between real weapons and real spiritual weapons was that they didn't have souls. There are real weapons and real spiritual weapons here. There are both offensive and defensive ones. The woman pointed at a long sword and patiently explained, "This is made from the fangs of a spiritual grade war beast. It's worth 100,000. In the eyes of an ordinary virtual realm expert, 100,000 was definitely an astronomical figure. However, it seemed that the service staff here had undergone strict training, so they were very polite. They didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction or impatience because Zi Chen was an virtual realm expert. There is also a real spiritual weapon here. It is of the same origin as this sword, but because it has a spirit, its price is 10 times that of the long sword. 10 times was 1 million. This number surprised Zi Chen, but he wasn't shocked. After hearing this, he asked doubtfully, "As far as I know, real spiritual weapons can only be owned by the owner. They can't be traded." The woman smiled and said, "This is a real spiritual weapon that is forcibly sealed. It can't be upgraded." Zi Chen felt relieved and nodded. The cauldron spirit had once told Zi Chen that there was a way to fuse with an earth spiritual weapon. However, he didn't succeed after trying a few times, so he gave up. He didn't expect that in the Zhanwu continent, there would actually be someone who could fuse with a real spiritual weapon. In addition to weapons, Zi Chen also saw a defensive stomach. The price of a defensive stomach was more than twice that of a weapon. In other words, a defensive spiritual weapon would cost more than 2 million. In addition, there were also some medicinal pellets. Most of these medicinal pellets were healing medicinal pellets that contained extremely rich edicts of life. In addition to the edicts of life, these medicinal pellets also contained the energy of space. These medicinal pellets were extraordinary, so naturally, they were also very expensive. If Oda and Jesse had these medicinal pellets, they naturally wouldn't have died from the destruction caused by the energy of reality. Zi Chen didn't lack medicinal pellets. He was only interested in weapons. However, the first problem he had to solve was to sell the items on him. As Zi Chen learned about the items in the hall, Zi Chen discovered that not everyone's attitude was as good-natured as the woman beside him. When one of the attendants saw that Zi Chen was interested in some of the weapons, he approached Zi Chen with a smile and asked if he had just arrived in the city. Zi Chen calmly replied. The other party still had a smile on his face, but it was very obvious that his smile contained some other emotions. The instant he turned his head, Zi Chen keenly saw ridicule and contempt in the other party's eyes. Of course, the contempt was for himself. As for the ridicule, it was obviously for the woman beside him. Immediately after, Zi Chen noticed that the gazes of the others when they looked at the woman carried a different kind of emotion. This kind of emotion could be called ridicule because she was doing something meaningless. No one would think that this early-stage virtual realm expert would be a rich person. He was just an emptiness realm expert who had just arrived in the city and had a little bit of resources on him. The woman had a panoramic view of everyone's expressions. However, her attitude towards Zi Chen remained the same. She was neither anxious nor impatient. She patiently introduced the items that Zi Chen was interested in to Zi Chen one by one. After looking through most of the items, Zi Chen lost interest in the rest. Thus, he asked, "If you sell things here, do you accept things?" "Sir, you have something to sell." The woman was clearly not surprised by Zi Chen's question. Zi Chen nodded and then asked, "What kind of things do you accept here?" "Sir, if there is anything you would like to sell, you can show it to me first." The woman led Zi Chen to a more spacious area. Then, she gestured for Zi Chen to take a seat. At the same time, she poured a cup of tea for Zi Chen. Zi Chen was a little surprised to see tea in a place like this. Since it was still early, there weren't many customers in the area. Thus, many of the attendants' gazes were focused on Zi Chen. It was obvious that they were very curious and expectant to see what good things this puny early-stage virtual realm expert could bring out. The woman arrived again. Just as Zi Chen was thinking about what he should take out for her to see, two more people arrived. One of the attendants led a reality realm expert over. The two of them headed straight for Zi Chen's area. "Xiaoli, this customer has something to sell. I need to appraise it. Please move aside," the second woman said with a sweet smile. The woman named Xiao Li seemed a little nervous. She said, "But, Sister Hua, I have something here too." The second woman glanced at Zi Chen and smiled. "I'm really sorry. Sir, can you move aside?" This woman was a late-stage virtual realm expert. There was nothing wrong with her attitude and tone. However, there was a slight disdain in her eyes. Zi Chen looked at her calmly. Then, he said calmly, "If this is a place that specializes in appraising items, there are many places like this around. Why come to my place?" The woman was stunned by Zi Chen's straightforward question. The smile on her face froze. She clearly hadn't expected this puny virtual realm expert to ask her such a question. In this world where strength was respected, a puny virtual realm expert should have tactfully moved aside under normal circumstances. Zi Chen looked at her calmly, causing the woman's expression to become a little unnatural. Fortunately, someone helped her out in the next moment. "I say, you're just a puny virtual realm expert. Where did you get your confidence from? Move aside. I want to sell something." The one who spoke was a reality realm expert. Although he was only at the early stage of the reality realm, this realm was enough to make him look down on all early stage virtual realm experts. Zi Chen looked at reality and said calmly, "I'm also here to sell something." Reality mocked, "What are you here to sell?" "The corpse of a soldier-level beast." "Mph, you've come to the wrong place. That kind of thing is only sold outside the city." Looking at the arrogant reality, Zi Chen asked, "What are you here to sell?" Chapter 1247. The tooth that reality took out was 1/2 meter long. It indeed belonged to a spirit-level beast. If it was refined, this tooth could be made into 2 short daggers. When the woman called Sister Hua saw the spirit-level tooth, her eyes lit up. However, she still used her professional eyes to analyze the tooth. After that, a clear voice sounded, "This is indeed the tooth of a spirit-level beast. Its realm should be at the beginning of the spirit level. The tooth is very sturdy. We can buy it for 20,000. 20,000 for a tooth. Not to mention the profit." Just this number surprised Zi Chen. The surprise on Zi Chen's face turned into shock in the eyes of some people. Reality said disdainfully, "Boy, hurry up and get lost. We don't even accept things from general level beasts, let alone spirit-level beasts. Although the second woman didn't say anything, her expression was full of disdain. On the other hand, the woman called Xiao Li kept apologizing to Zi Chen. At the same time, she indicated that Zi Chen could go to the side to make the deal. There was an argument here, but no one came out to stop it. It seemed that the woman called Xiao Li was not very popular, or was often bullied. Zi Chen nodded and smiled at Xiao Li, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Then, he looked at reality and said calmly, "Since your deal is done, you should be able to leave." Zi Chen's calmness made reality very dissatisfied. He said sarcastically, "What do you mean? Do you want to stay here and not leave? Why do you say that?" "I'm here to make a deal," Zi Chen said calmly. "A deal? You're just a mere virtual realm cultivator. What can you take out to make a deal? I already said that we don't accept things from spirit-level beasts." Reality's face was full of ridicule and sarcasm. Beside him, the woman also said, "I'm sorry, sir. We don't accept things from spirit-level beasts. If you want to make a deal, you can do it outside the city." Zi Chen's calm expression turned cold when he looked at the woman again. She seemed to be very polite, but in fact, she was targeting him. Zi Chen didn't know whether she was targeting him or the woman called Xiao Li. However, Zi Chen could see that she didn't have good intentions. "Sir, I'm really sorry. Why don't we go to the side?" Xiao Li apologized again, her eyes full of regret. Zi Chen's cold expression calmed down because of Xiao Li's words. He said, "If it weren't for your attitude, I would definitely have turned around and left. A place like this really isn't worth my time." Hearing this, the disdain on the faces of the other two became even stronger. Even the gazes of the other people in the distance towards Zi Chen gradually became filled with disgust. This kind of person who didn't have any strength, didn't have any resources, and still wanted to save face was really annoying. But in the next moment, their expressions froze because the Void Realm expert took out an item that no one dared to believe. Actual soldiers. Zi Chen took out a real weapon. It was a long spear with many patterns engraved on it. Moreover, it was in perfect condition. This was a real weapon that could be used as soon as it was picked up. It was also a real weapon that could be used in the real world. Zi Chen put the real weapon on the table, looked at Xiao Li and asked politely, "Excuse me, do you accept this item here?" Xiao Li's face was obviously surprised, but she quickly reacted and nodded repeatedly. She said excitedly, Yes, this is a real weapon, and it's complete. We will buy it at a high price. 70,000, no, 80,000. The spirit-level beast tooth just now was only 20,000, but this real weapon was 80,000. This difference naturally made the real weapon's expression somewhat unnatural. Even the smile on the woman's face became forced. As for the service staff who originally hated Zi Chen, although they wouldn't like Zi Chen just because of a real weapon, their attitudes were also changing. "What a lucky bastard. I didn't expect to get a real weapon," the real-world expert, who had lost face, said with slight ridicule. Zi Chen looked at him and smiled. His smile was very playful. "If a real weapon can be called dogshit luck, then my dogshit luck seems to have run out a little too often." After saying this, Zi Chen took out another weapon. This time, it was a long sword. Naturally, a long sword was also a real weapon. Surprise appeared on everyone's faces again. The natural smiles on many of the service staff's faces became unnatural. Zi Chen stared at the real-world expert. The latter's face was clearly stunned, but Zi Chen took out another item. A real weapon, still a real weapon. Seeing the three real weapons, the real-world expert began to frown. But it wasn't over yet. Zi Chen took out the fourth, the fifth, a real weapon, still a real weapon. By the time Zi Chen received the seventh weapon, the expressions of the attendants had already turned into shock. Even Xiao Li, who was beside him, looked at Zi Chen in shock. Zi Chen looked at the real-world expert and asked with a smile, "Last time I met a group of real-world experts fighting, and they all accidentally died. I picked these up. What do you think of my luck?" The real-world expert's expression was very ugly, but he couldn't say a word. Zi Chen looked at the woman again. The woman forced a smile, But her smile was very ugly. Zi Chen took out another item and said, "You should also accept this." Saying this, Zi Chen also took out a tooth. This tooth was burning with flames and was nearly 2 meters long. Seeing this, the woman couldn't even force a smile. "You don't recognize it. Please explain to her what this is." Zi Chen looked at Xiao Li again. Xiao Li had already recovered from her shock. After taking a closer look at the tooth, she said in surprise, "This is the tooth of a fire-type beast. It looks like the tooth of a fire python. It must have reached the spirit level. 7 real weapons and a fire-type tooth." Although this wasn't the shop's biggest order, it wasn't a small number. If combined with Zi Chen's current realm, this could be considered the shop's biggest virtual realm transaction since its opening. If the transaction was completed, Zi Chen could make a profit of hundreds of thousands. As for the service staff's commission, it was also not a small number. The others were more or less regretful. If they had known, they would have personally received the other party. Compared to them, the woman called Sister Hua by Xiao Li had an extremely ugly expression. It was obvious that she had offended a big customer. "Sir, if the total value of these items is below 1 million, I can make the decision. I'll give you 80,000 for this tooth." In the slightly dead silent hall, Xiao Li spoke again. Now, she could completely raise her head and stick out her chest, wantonly enjoying the envious gazes from all around. When Zi Chen heard this, he frowned slightly and said, "You can't make the decision if it's above 1 million. Xiao Li was startled, and then asked in disbelief, "Why? Do you have other things on you?" When Zi Chen heard this, he smiled and said, "Actually, my main purpose this time isn't to trade these things." When Zi Chen said this, everyone's expression changed again. Obviously, there was more ridicule this time. They thought that these things did not belong to Zi Chen. The other party took them out purely to show off and could not make the decision at all. However, Zi Chen continued, "My original intention was to talk about a big business of more than 10 million. I didn't expect that after a few words from them, I would take out these unpresentable goods. Sigh, I can't stand the provocation. This temperament still needs to be cultivated." When everyone heard this, their expressions changed again, and they were all dumbfounded. A big business of more than 10 million, and he even said that the previous items were unpresentable. If something worth more than 1 million was not presentable, then what would be presentable? When Xiao Li heard this, she obviously could not suppress the excitement in her heart. She asked in a trembling voice, "Sir, are you serious?" Zi Chen smiled, and then sent a voice transmission to the other party. When Xiao Li heard this, her expression changed again, and then she said respectfully, "We will naturally accept this item. Please wait a moment, I will come later." "Wait." Zi Chen suddenly called out to her. "What's wrong?" Xiao Li turned her head. Zi Chen glanced at the 7 weapons, then took out a long sword and said, "I see that your footwork is light and agile, and your eyes are lively and sharp. You should be a sword user, right? This is for you as a thank you." As he spoke, Zi Chen threw the long sword to Xiao Li. His expression was extremely casual. Xiao Li subconsciously took the sword, but in the next moment, her face turned red, and she said in shame, "I'm really sorry, I can't accept this. It's too valuable." As she spoke, Xiao Li was about to return the item to Zi Chen. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "It's fine, it's just a sword. It's not anything valuable. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of a blade." No one could understand Zi Chen's words, or at least, no one could for the time being. However, his casual attitude was seen by everyone, and they began to envy Xiao Li in their hearts. At the same time, they were naturally extremely regretful. In particular, the woman called Sister Hua by Xiao Li was filled with regret. If she had known that the Emptiness Realm expert was so extraordinary, she would not have provoked Xiao Li. After Xiao Li left, the expressions of the crowd changed as they looked at Zi Chen. In the next moment, a total of 3 service staff came up to greet Zi Chen enthusiastically. However, no matter how enthusiastic they would not receive a gift from Zi Chen. A group of service staff surrounded them, making it impossible for Shue and the original woman to stand, and they could only helplessly retreat. Zi Chen looked at Shue and ridiculed, "What, you're not leaving after the transaction?" Page. How do I know if you have a large transaction or not? Don't be deliberately mystifying. She coldly snorted, but did not leave. A transaction of 10 million was completely enough to alarm the manager here. Zichen originally thought that the manager of this store would be an extremely capable person. Zichen's guess was correct. The manager was indeed very capable, but he was not a man, but a woman. A woman whose beauty far surpassed the rest of the service staff. Her waist was very thin, and her legs were very long. She was very beautiful, and she wore a white dress, and her waist-length black hair was simply tied up. The woman's appearance caused everyone's eyes to light up. However, when the service staff saw her, they all lowered their heads, and the original woman's face turned even paler. After the woman in white appeared, she did not walk towards Zichen. Instead, she walked towards the original woman. Chapter 1248. The moment she arrived, she immediately asked him to leave. This woman was undoubtedly experienced and decisive. Sister Hong, I. The woman raised her head. The white-clothed woman's expression was indifferent as she said, I don't care what grudges you have between the two of you, but the premise is that you are not allowed to offend the guests. This is the rule. The rules of Precious Weapon Pavilion must be followed. Here, in the entire Zhonwu continent, no one can ignore the rules. The manager's words were almost a death sentence. The woman's eyes immediately filled with despair. She was only at the late stage of the virtual realm. Once she left, where could she go? She was unwilling and even desperate. She wanted to make a final struggle. She looked at Zichen with a pitiful gaze and asked for help. Zichen smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Zichen thought that he was a good person, but he would never admit that he was a good person. He would never repay evil with good, but he would never repay good with evil. To put it bluntly, he was just an ordinary person. He also had his own selfishness. If he was really just a virtual realm rookie, the other party's actions would not only humiliate him, but also lead to a fatal disaster. For this kind of person, even if the other party was a woman, Zichen would let the other party fend for themselves. Perhaps Zichen could help her with one sentence, but he was unwilling to say it. After following Sister Hong for so many years, the woman naturally knew that Sister Hong meant what she said. Now that even a virtual realm expert would not help her, she knew that leaving was a foregone conclusion, so she despaired. However, she smiled in despair. She first bowed to Sister Hong and said, Thank you, Sister Hong, for your years of cultivation. Sister Hong's expression was still indifferent. She did not respond. Then the woman turned around and looked at Zichen, saying, I'm just a little girl with no background. Sister Hong can drive me away because I accidentally offended you. I have no power or influence, so I can't do anything to you. However, I want to tell you that not everyone is like a little girl like me. If you only offended me today, I naturally would not retaliate against you, nor would I be able to. Unfortunately, you also offended the city's army, so I wish you good luck in advance. Zichen naturally understood the woman's meaning. He looked back at the original virtual realm expert and asked, You are the city's army. That's right, I'm from the city's central army. Kid, we'll meet again. Shizhen smiled coldly at Zichen, then walked out of the door. The woman quickly followed. After the two left, Zichen didn't say anything else. So what if they were city guards? Zichen had killed quite a few city guards. He had even killed a late corporeal realm expert. The woman's final threat was ineffective against Zichen. The woman in white walked towards Zichen and said with an apologetic smile, I'm really sorry that such a thing happened. Zichen waved his hand and said, It's no big deal. I heard from Xiao Li that you have a batch of resources on you. If we complete the transaction and you don't mind, our precious tool pavilion will help you solve the problem just now. The white-clothed woman sat down near Zichen, and a faint fragrance wafted towards Zichen. Zichen frowned slightly and asked, including the army in the city. Of course. This answer surprised Zichen. He didn't think that precious tool pavilion would even dare to touch the army in the city. However, when he thought about it, the other party was only at the early corporeal realm. Even in the army, she was just a small character. Let's talk about the transaction first. I'll take care of the rest myself. Zi Chen indifferently refused. The white-clothed woman glanced at Zi Chen in surprise and said, "Before the transaction, let me introduce myself. I'm Shangguan Hong, the manager of Precious Tool Pavilion. Usually, everyone calls me Sister Hong." Zi Chen. Zi Chen responded indifferently, but a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. This was the second time he had heard the surname Shangguan. "How many fruit trees do you have? If it's too little, I'm afraid it won't be worth much." Shangguan Hong asked directly, not noticing Zi Chen's abnormality. At this moment, there were only two people nearby, and the two people making the transaction weren't speaking loudly. "How much will it take for a high price?" Zi Chen asked. Shangguan Hong thought for a moment and said, "If it's 10,000, I can only give you 600 per tree. If it's 20,000, I can give you 700. If it's 30,000, I can give you 800. 800 per tree. If it's 30,000 trees, it'll be 24 million. Are you sure you can make the decision?" Zi Chen looked at Shangguan Hong. Shangguan Hong's smile was somewhat charming. She said, "My authority is below 200,000 trees. If it was below 200,000 trees, it would be over 100 million. A mere manager could use such a large amount of money." Zi Chen was somewhat suspicious of the other party's identity. Zi Chen was satisfied with the other party's price. After all, the other party was also a businessman. Naturally, they would want to make a profit. "I have a total of 43,835 trees. Give me half of them in virtual boundary fragments and the other half in corporeal boundary fragments," Zi Chen said after pondering for a moment. In addition to the law fruit tree, he also had some virtual boundary fruit trees. However, Zi Chen didn't want to sell them all at the moment. Shangguan Hong was obviously a little surprised by the amount Zi Chen gave. After seeing the real thing, she seemed very satisfied. The transaction went smoothly. After that, Zi Chen also sold the original real soldiers. After the sale, Zi Chen bought a defensive armor. This was a real soft armor for real soldiers. It was as high as 2.6 million. With a transaction of tens of millions, Zi Chen had become a big customer here. When he left, Shangguan Hong personally sent him to the door. "Zi Chen, you really don't need our help with the city's army?" Shangguan Hong asked before leaving. Zi Chen laughed when he heard this. "If you want to help me personally, I'm naturally happy. If it's you, then forget it." After saying that, Zi Chen left. Shangguan Hong watched Zi Chen leave. Obviously, this was a mysterious virtual boundary. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Zi Chen found that someone was following him. However, he didn't care. As long as he didn't leave the city, no one could do anything to him. After making a few more rounds at the other trading points, Zi Chen returned to the inn after failing to find anything useful. During this time, Zi Chen passed by Hunter's Castle. There were many cultivators there, both virtual boundary and corporeal boundary. However, Zi Chen didn't go in. After this transaction, Zi Chen had an extremely large sum of money. However, although the number sounded huge, it was pitifully small when exchanged for corporeal boundary fragments. One had to know that a corporeal boundary fragment was equivalent to 10,000 law fragments. Zi Chen's tens of millions could only be exchanged for a few thousand law fragments. If these several thousand law fragments were exchanged for virtual boundary fragments, it would still be a huge sum. It would be enough for Zi Chen to cultivate for a long time. However, he couldn't forget that there was still a storm eagle here. At this stage, the storm eagle needed to refine corporeal boundary fragments. Therefore, Zi Chen still needed resources. Zi Chen stayed in the inn for 2 days. On the third day, Wang Jun sent someone to deliver something to Zi Chen. The person who came was also a city guard. When he saw Zi Chen, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. "You're Zi Chen. This is your token. Take this and register at the military headquarters at noon to participate in the examination. Remember, you can only arrive early and not late. If you're late, you'll be disqualified." The city guard handed a token to Zi Chen and said indifferently. Zi Chen took the token and nodded. The city guard was somewhat dissatisfied with Zi Chen's attitude and turned to leave. There were many corporeal realms in the city, but not all of them were part of the city's army. Therefore, when the other cultivators in the inn heard the conversation between the two, they looked at Zi Chen with a strange gaze. In their eyes, if a mere early-stage virtual boundary cultivator could participate in the examination, it could only mean that he had an extremely powerful backer behind him. Zi Chen's mind was still in a daze because he hadn't decided yet. However, since Wang Jun had already made arrangements, he had to go no matter what. This kind of examination quota was something that others couldn't even dream of. Zi Chen, however, didn't want to. If others knew about this, who knew what they would think? Zi Chen had just returned to his room when he remembered what the city guard had said before he left. He decided to go there in advance. If he really was disqualified later, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Wang Jun. Zi Chen walked out of the inn and headed for the military headquarters. The military headquarters was directly across from Hunter's castle. It was very easy to find. It was a very large castle with the city guard guarding the entrance. Zi Chen arrived and took out the examination token at the entrance. When the city guard saw the token, he looked at Zi Chen with a strange expression. The token was genuine. No matter how surprised the city guard was, they still had to let him in. When Zi Chen arrived at the drill ground, he realized that he wasn't the first to arrive. There were already dozens of corporeal boundary cultivators here. It seemed that they were all waiting for the examination. In this world, it was very difficult to hide one's aura without a high-level concealment technique. Therefore, many people disdained to hide their aura. If one didn't hide their aura, the power in their body would naturally produce some kind of strong fluctuation with the air. When the crowd felt this fluctuation, they could naturally judge the person's realm based on the strength of the fluctuation. What Zi Chen brought about was the fluctuation of the void law. The fluctuation was very weak, indicating that he was at the early stage of the void realm. His sudden appearance here was destined to attract everyone's attention. "You're here for the examination." The military headquarters wasn't like Hunter's castle. Unauthorized people couldn't enter. It was naturally not a coincidence that Zi Chen was here. Therefore, someone asked. Zi Chen nodded. The next moment, there was an uproar. "What? He's really here for the examination? How is this possible? You're only at the early stage virtual boundary. Even if you're related, it shouldn't be like this. I paid a huge price to get this spot. How can a mere virtual boundary cultivator get a spot? Didn't they say that the city guard's examination is extremely strict? How can this be?" These corporeal boundary cultivators had more or less paid a price in order to get a spot. At this moment, when they saw Zi Chen, a virtual boundary cultivator, they naturally felt extremely unbalanced. This caused everyone's gazes to become unkind when they looked at Zi Chen. However, they didn't do anything too extreme. They just stood apart from Zi Chen. A group of corporeal boundary cultivators stood together while Zi Chen was isolated. Just like when he first came out of the teleportation platform, Zi Chen was also not welcomed here. Zi Chen had already foreseen this scene when he arrived, so he didn't find it strange. He just stood alone to one side and waited for the examination time to come. 2 hours passed quickly. One after another, candidates for the examination arrived. In the end, the number stopped at 300. Chapter 1249. Zi Chen had expected the two parties to meet, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. The newcomer was the reality realm expert from the Precious Weapon Pavilion. He was walking toward the drill ground with a group of people. There were a total of 300 people in the assessment team. The other 299 people stood together neatly, forming a square formation. Only Zi Chen was left out. Standing there all by himself, Zi Chen looked very different, but also very attractive. "It's him." The reality realm expert saw Zi Chen at first glance and recognized him. The faint smile on his face froze and his expression became cold. "Iwai, you know him?" Beside him, another reality realm expert sensed his companion's abnormality and asked. "Mph." Iwai snorted and said indifferently, "He's the arrogant virtual realm expert I told you about." "Oh, So he's the one who did a business deal worth more than 10 million at the Precious Weapon Pavilion. Not just 10 million, but tens of millions. I've already asked around. It's said that the total value is more than 30 million. Hiss, 30 million. He's just an virtual realm expert, but he has so much wealth. Who knows? Our people have been watching him for a few days, but he hasn't come out of the inn. I didn't expect to see him here today. Right, why is he here? Could it be he's the virtual realm expert recommended by Wang Jun? As the two of them conversed in a low voice, the others also noticed Zi Chen, and their expressions became strange. As part of the city's army, although they usually received extremely high rewards, it was still a far cry from tens of millions. This huge sum of money really shocked them. They also learned that an arrogant virtual realm expert had offended Iwai a few days ago. They also knew the cause and effect. He's just an virtual realm expert. It's impossible for him to have so much wealth. But now that he's here, I kind of understand where his wealth came from, Iwai said with a cold smile. You mean Wang Jun? It must be Wang Jun. But as the city's army, he must have a shady background. That's why he sold it to an outsider. As for the reward, it should be to get him into the city's army, Iwai said confidently. This Wang Jun is really brainless. Even if he wants to find someone to cooperate with, he should at least find someone decent. Why would he find an early virtual realm expert? Iwai said mysteriously, you don't understand. This kind of person is easier to control. Besides, with Wang Jun's connections, it's easy to get a subordinate. All of this was done in hushed tones. The late corporeal realm leader did not express his opinion and only listened quietly. However, his expression grew darker and darker. Finally, he coldly said, bastards. What does the royal army think our city's army is? They even dared to send a mere early virtual realm expert here. After hearing the captain's words, Iwai lowered his voice and said, I can guarantee that he hasn't met with Wang Jun yet. The wealth is still in his hands. If we drive him out of the city now, then his wealth. The captain, who was about to walk towards the drill field battle platform, suddenly turned his head and walked towards the virtual boundary. He walked with a majestic gait, hurried and angry. Seeing the captain change his path, a cold smile appeared on Iwai's face. He thought to himself that his luck was really good. This virtual realm expert's luck was really bad. Seeing a group of people walking towards him, especially the leader's unfriendly expression, Zi Chen had a bad feeling. He had been sitting on the side, bored, but now he had stood up. The captain walked up to Zi Chen and glanced at him indifferently. The group of corporeal realm experts behind him also stared at Zi Chen. Zi Chen responded with a calm gaze. Bastard, why aren't you saluting the captain? Iwai took the opportunity to shout. Zi Chen ignored Iwai and continued to look at the captain. Good, very good. You're Zi Chen. The captain nodded, a cold expression gradually appearing on his face. To be able to say Zi Chen's name so quickly, it was obvious that this captain had been paying attention to this matter for a long time. He had purposely appeared here for Zi Chen. As for the matter with Iwai, it was purely a coincidence. This was also why Iwai said that he was lucky and the virtual boundary expert was unlucky. That's right. Zi Chen saw the killing intent in the captain's eyes, so his words were also very tough. You're at the early stage of the virtual boundary. That's right. Very good, you're disqualified. The captain said indifferently. Why? Zi Chen responded with the same indifference. Because of this. The captain took out a token. It was similar to Zi Chen's test token, but it was obviously not a real test token. It looked more like an invigilator's token. Seeing this token, Zi Chen was stunned for a moment. As for the 299 people in the distance, they sneered and pointed at him. Didn't you ask why? It's because of this. Now you think I have the right to disqualify you? The captain's indifferent eyes had a hint of mockery. The others also looked at Zi Chen mockingly. Iwai was even more pleased with himself. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Having a token doesn't mean that you are qualified. I don't know if others are qualified, but you, Ju Chong, are definitely not. The moment the indifferent voice sounded, Hazy walked into the drill ground with his men. He first nodded at Zi Chen, then looked at Zhu Chong and said coldly, Zhu Chong, don't think that my brother doesn't know what tricks you are playing. You want to send him away and disqualify Zi Chen? Dream on. This time, Wang Jun had paid a huge price to persuade the city's army to let Zi Chen participate in the test. He was confident that Zi Chen could pass the test, but the prerequisite was that Zi Chen needed such an opportunity. When Zhu Chong knew that Wang Jun was protecting an virtual boundary expert, he naturally wanted to suppress him. This time, he took the opportunity to send Wang Jun away. Zi Chen didn't know what was going on. At the moment, all his attention was on Zhu Chong. Obviously, Zhu Chong was the one who had the other half of the jade slip. When the two jade slips merged, they would lead to the void tree. If Zi Chen killed Zhu Chong with one strike, it would save him a lot of trouble, but it would also cause him even more trouble. Moreover, Zi Chen didn't have the strength to kill a late-stage corporeal realm expert with one strike. He could sense that Zhu Chong's strength wasn't much weaker than Wang Jun's. It seemed that he had improved a lot in the past 500 years of seclusion. Hazy's words caused the nearby crowd of examinees to discuss even more loudly. In their eyes, this was clearly a battle between two factions in the city's army. Hazy's righteous words and the nearby discussions caused Wang Jun's expression to darken even more. Just when Hazy thought that Wang Jun was about to explode in anger, he saw a smile appear on Zhu Chong's gloomy face. Zhu Chong retorted, Hazy, do you think that I'm the one who can't get along with a mere virtual boundary expert? Hazy was holding the same token as Zhu Chong's, which represented his right to speak. He said directly, you wanted to expel Zi Chen as soon as you arrived. Is that not the case? Zhu Chong put away the token, held his head high and said, of course not. Based on my relationship with Captain Wang, I wouldn't make things difficult for a mere virtual boundary expert. The reason I disqualified him was because of the commander's orders. Commander's orders? Which commander? Hazy frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Zhu Chong cupped his fists and bowed towards the void. Of course it was Commander Zhu's orders. Commander Zhu was very confused when he saw the list, so he sent me here. He told me that even if someone vouched for him, he must treat everyone equally. This is because the city's army has always treated everyone equally. Zi Chen is only at the early stage of the virtual boundary. Let's not talk about how powerful his combat strength is. Just based on his cultivation level alone, he is one realm lower than normal. After all, his cultivation level is too low, and he is too far away from the standard. Therefore, he is disqualified this time. He can come again when his cultivation level increases in the future. Hazy was furious when he heard this. He secretly thought that Zhu Chong was despicable and shameless. What Commander Zhu? That was Zhu Chong's father. Now, Zhu Chong was using his father's name to expel Zi Chen. It was obvious that Zhu Chong was determined to go against Wang Jun. However, if Commander Zhu was really the one in charge this time, then it would be difficult for Zi Chen to qualify for the assessment. Since the assessment of the commander was decided at the end, Wang Jun didn't know who it would be. However, among all the commanders, Commander Wang was the only one who had a conflict with Wang Jun. If it was really him this time, then it could only mean that Zi Chen and Wang Jun were too unlucky. Seeing that Hazy was deep in thought, Zi Chen knew that this matter would be troublesome. However, he didn't care. He didn't lack resources in a short period of time, and he didn't care about being in the city's army. Moreover, looking at Wang Jun and Zhu Chong, he knew that there were internal conflicts in the city's army. He hated internal conflicts the most. A mere early stage of the virtual boundary dares to participate in the assessment. Is he here to die? This time, the one who spoke was Iwai. He said sarcastically, listen to our advice. Go back and train before you come again. Isn't it a little too early for you to come here to die? You are nothing in front of him. What right do you have to lecture him? Hazy was furious. Zhu Chong frowned. Blackie, this is where you are wrong. We are all part of the city's army, how can you speak in such a tone? This time, the person in charge of the assessment is Commander Zhu. I brought Commander Zhu here to take the assessment, so naturally, we will consider the issue of life and death. Not allowing him to participate is naturally for his sake. You. Hazy was furious. Just when the two sides were in a deadlock, Zichen finally spoke. He said coldly, Hazy, since I am not in the assessment this time, I don't have to participate. Ju Chong smiled faintly and said, Hazy, look. He knows his place. He is much more sensible than you. Zichen said sarcastically, it is not that I know my place. I just feel that after I successfully become part of the city's army, I will have to stay with you in the future. Just thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable. I feel so disgusted that I want to throw up. Do you understand? I am not quitting, I am giving up. Zichen, you. Hazy looked at Zichen. Zichen said, it is just a place in the city's army. It really doesn't matter. How arrogant. You are just part of the city's army. Do you know what crime it is to slander the city's army? Iwai shouted before Ju Chong could speak. What an idiot. Zichen glanced at Iwai. After leaving behind a sarcastic remark, he threw away the assessment token in his hand and walked out. Before he left, Zichen turned around and looked at the group of reality realm experts with an extremely provocative gaze. Zichen's provocation seemed to be saying, if you are not convinced, then follow me. Chapter 1250. Due to his anger, Iwai didn't care about the assessment and directly rushed out. In reality, he wasn't part of the assessment anyway. He was just a follower. The other realms' expressions changed when they saw Zichen leave and Iwai rush out. A few of them were so angry that their faces turned red. They followed Iwai as if they had been greatly humiliated. At this moment, it was unknown how much of their anger was real and how much was fake. However, their desire for Zichen's wealth was real. Kuroko and the others didn't know that Zichen had a fortune on him, so they naturally didn't know what the crowd was thinking. They only had strange expressions on their faces when they saw Iwai and the others chase after him. Back then, a late corporeal realm captain hadn't been able to kill Zichen. The scene of Zichen slaughtering a group of early and middle corporeal realm experts was still fresh in their minds. These reckless fellows actually dared to cause trouble for him. However, Kuroko and the others were bad enough. They didn't even need to look at each other. The strange expressions on their faces disappeared in an instant. Then, they all revealed worried expressions, as if they were worried that something would happen to Zichen. They quickly chased after him. As a result, Kuroko and the others' actions gave off a false impression. They thought that Kuroko and the others were worried about the wealth. As for the lives of the virtual realm experts, no one cared. Gather outside. The group of city guards flashed out one after another, leaving only Ju Chong behind. As the examiner who had brought his father along, Ju Chong pondered for a moment before gesturing for the other corporeal realm experts to follow him. A series of footsteps rang out. Soon, there was no trace of the cultivators left. Zichen went straight to Hunter's castle as soon as he came out of the military headquarters. He had inquired about the Hunters Guild from the staff of the inn over the past few days. Now, he was here to sign up as a hunter. As an early virtual realm expert, Zichen attracted some attention when he walked into Hunter's castle. However, it was definitely not as obvious as the military headquarters. Inside the Hunter's castle, there were many hunters going in and out. Although early-stage emptiness realm experts were rare, they were not non-existent. Everyone here was busy handing over their tasks, making the entire castle seem lively and busy. Zichen went to a few registration booths, but no one paid any attention to him. Finally, there was a person who was free. However, after glancing at Zichen, that person ignored him and went to help that emptiness realm late-stage student apply for the registration. The soldiers in the city could arrive at any time. Zichen seemed to be a little anxious. In the panicked hall, the noise seemed to have quieted down a little. "Young man, what are you doing?" Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. Zichen looked up and realized that he had arrived at another registration area. Behind the counter sat an old man who seemed to have just woken up. There were still traces of saliva on the corner of his mouth. "I want to sign up as a hunter," Zichen said to the old man. "Oh, you want to be a hunter? But you're only at the early stage of the abyssal realm. I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the hunter test." The old man kindly reminded him. "That's none of your business. You just need to give me the test mission, Zi Chen said anxiously. Alright, I'll give you a level 2 mission. Go and hunt down a general level beast. The old man said lazily. Is there anything faster? Zi Chen asked. Faster? What do you mean? The old man looked at Zi Chen with a strange look in his eyes. For example, a mission to kill someone. Don't you feel that I'm starting to emit a murderous aura? Zi Chen said anxiously and coldly. Just as Zi Chen was talking to the old man, the noisy hall suddenly became quiet. All the busy hunters seemed to have finished what they were supposed to do at this moment. The original conversation also seemed to have ended at this moment. The whole hall fell into a state of dead silence. At this moment, everyone's gazes were also focused on the outside of the castle gate, except for Zi Chen and the old man. An oppressive aura passed through the castle gate and swept towards the inside of the castle. The city's army. A group of city's army had arrived. They seemed to have suffered the greatest humiliation in the world. They were very angry and full of murderous intent. In addition to the city's army, there was also a team of nearly 300 reality realm experts behind them. Although they didn't express much, the aura they released together made most people feel suffocated. These are the city's army. What are they doing? They're blocking the entrance of Hunter's Castle. Are they trying to start a war with the Hunters? That's impossible. Many of the city's army are also from Hunter's Castle. The entire Hunter's Castle was in a state of suspended animation because of the appearance of the city's army. Many cultivators stood in the distance and discussed spiritedly, but they didn't dare to go forward. The person in charge of Hunter's Castle didn't go out. The old man didn't seem to notice anything unusual either. He was still talking to Zi Chen about the mission. A mission to kill someone. The old man frowned. Why? Is there no such test? Zi Chen also frowned. Of course not. Hunters mainly kill beasts. There's no reason for them to kill people, the old man said. The hunter test doesn't test one's strength and combat strength. Killing people can also test one's combat strength. I don't want to do this mission. I can kill people to prove my combat strength. Zi Chen said seriously. When the old man heard this, he laughed mockingly. He glanced at the entrance and said, All right, I'll make an exception for you. Do you see the city's army blocking the entrance? If you kill one, I'll make an exception and give you a level 3 hunting order. Zi Chen looked at the old man and said, Really? The old man smiled faintly and said, Name. Zi Chen. Which Zi? Which Chen? As they continued to talk, the old man took out a token. On it was carved a sword and a beast head. It was a level 3 hunting order. On the other side of the token was carved the 2 words Zi Chen. Forget it if you die. If you come back alive, I'll give it to you, the old man said. All right, it's a deal. After saying this, Zi Chen turned around and left. The old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Zi Chen. He muttered, What a strong murderous aura. It even woke me up. What an interesting little guy. Time seemed to have stopped in the Hunter's Castle. No one dared to move. Even the sound of breathing was rarely heard. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the silent hall. The footsteps were very clear. They were neither fast nor slow. It was like some kind of melody that struck everyone's hearts. The group of hunters subconsciously turned their heads and saw the owner of the footsteps. He was only at the early stage of the abyssal realm. The person at the early stage of the abyssal realm was a young man. His expression was very calm. However, the moment everyone saw him, an uncomfortable feeling arose in their hearts. Most of them swept away this uncomfortable feeling and ridiculed him in their hearts. They thought that this was a reckless kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone was silent. Zi Chen walked forward. Such a unique move naturally attracted everyone's attention. Under the gazes of the crowd, Zi Chen walked out of the hall and arrived in front of the castle gates. He looked at the group of city guards in front of him. Some of these people were familiar with him, while others were unfamiliar. Their expressions were all different. Kid, I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Iwai stared at Zi Chen with a cold gaze. I only went to accept a mission, Zi Chen replied indifferently. Indeed. With your skills, you're only fit to be a hunter. As soon as he said this, Iwai immediately regretted it. Although he didn't mean any harm, the meaning behind his words made others think that hunters were weak. As expected, some of the reality realm hunters looked at Iwai with a different gaze. Zichen said indifferently, "If being a city guard means being with you idiots, then I don't mind not being one." "Kid, do you dare say that again?" Iwai said angrily. The others' faces also turned ashen. In the distance, there was an uproar. Only now did they realize that the city guard wasn't targeting Hunter's castle, but a cultivator who had entered the castle. But when they sensed that this cultivator was only at the early stage of the virtual realm, their faces were filled with disbelief. It was very obvious that the army in the city had set up such a large formation just to deal with a mere early-stage emptiness realm martial artist. It was really overkill. This was like killing an ordinary chick but taking an extremely powerful spirit weapon. But the most surprising thing was that the early-stage virtual realm cultivator was neither servile nor overbearing. In fact, it was even a bit unyielding. Was it confidence or despair? Everyone guessed. "In my eyes, you are all idiots. I was just speaking the truth." After saying this, Zichen walked around the crowd with a disdainful expression and walked away. "Stop!" Iwai shouted. "I have something to say." Zichen's expression became even more disdainful. "Do you dare to fight to the death with me?" Iwai said angrily. An uproar broke out again. An early-stage corporeal realm cultivator actually wanted to fight to the death with an early-stage virtual realm cultivator. This was unheard of. An early-stage virtual realm cultivator naturally had no chance of winning against an early-stage corporeal realm cultivator, so everyone thought that the virtual realm cultivator would refuse. But unexpectedly, the virtual realm cultivator said in the next moment, "What's the point of fighting to the death in the arena? If you have the ability, then do it outside the city." After saying this, Zichen turned around and walked away in an extremely carefree manner. His actions naturally caused another uproar. An virtual realm cultivator actually accepted a life and death challenge from a corporeal realm cultivator. Was this confidence or despair? Iwai couldn't take this kind of humiliation, so he quickly left with Zichen. Of course, the humiliation was fake. His real fear was that Zichen would take the 10 million and run away. After Iwai left, even more city guards chased after them. "Let's go." Kuroko also left with her people. During this time, Kuroko didn't try to persuade Zichen, nor did she try to talk to him. This made Ju Chong feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out why. He could only follow along with the other examiners. The examination was going to take place outside the city, so this was also on the way. As soon as the city guards left, the other people who had come to watch the show immediately followed. A corporeal city guard was going to fight a life and death battle with an early-stage virtual realm cultivator. This scene was bound to be very attractive. What an interesting little fellow. He's full of confidence. The old man narrowed his eyes as he stared at Zichen. When Zichen left, he felt a little sleepy again. Beside him, a late-stage corporeal realm staff member walked over. He first bowed respectfully to the old man, then asked, "Sir, what did that young man come here for?" "Do you know him?" "I don't know him. He's here to participate in the hunter examination." The old man said indifferently. "Ah, he's here to participate in the examination." Corporeal was clearly startled. "What, you can't?" The old man glanced at Corporeal. "No, of course not. But what kind of mission did you give him?" Corporeal asked carefully. The old man said, "It's not a big mission. I just said that as long as he can kill a city guard, I'll give him a rank 3 hunting order." "Ah." Corporeal was clearly shocked. "What's there to be surprised about? I think that little fellow is very confident. This thing is for you. If he really wins and there are some small problems, you can deal with it." Chapter 1251. Reality took the token and was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by the old man. "Wait, if there's any trouble you can't solve, remember to let me know." "Yes." Reality nodded again and left. He sighed in his heart that the emptiness realm cultivator was really lucky to be favored by this lord. However, What he was more curious about was why this virtual realm expert had the guts to kill a corporeal realm expert. On a street in Hupping City, two women were walking forward. "Sister Hong, it's that person." One of the women suddenly spoke. "It's him, Zi Chen." Shangguan Hong saw Zi Chen walking out of the city. "What's he doing?" From afar, Zi Chen's expression was very calm. However, it was this calmness that made Shangguan Hong feel that something was wrong. Sure enough, as soon as Zi Chen left her sight, another person appeared. It was the city guard who had a conflict with Zi Chen. The city guard was very fast and emitted an undisguised murderous intent. "Is he in trouble?" Xiao Li saw this scene and couldn't help but worry. She was very grateful that Zi Chen gave her a real weapon. Moreover, that transaction gave her a lot of commission. Seeing Zi Chen again, she couldn't help but worry. Shangguan Hong didn't speak. She just looked in the direction Zi Chen left. No one knew what she was thinking. Soon, more city guards appeared. There were many of them and their goal was very clear. They were all outside the city. There are so many city guards. "Sister Hong, that Zi Chen must be in danger. Can you help him?" Xiao Li asked worriedly. Shangguan Hong shook her head and said, "I said that I would help him, but he didn't want to. This time, even if I want to help him, I'm afraid I can't, unless..." Xiao Li didn't ask what unless because she had already guessed that unless she had to pay a huge price, this price was not something Sister Hong was willing to pay. Soon, many more cultivators appeared on the street. Then, there was a burst of discussion. Hearing these discussions, the two women's expressions immediately changed. He actually took the initiative to fight. The two were very confused and puzzled. At the same time, they were also very curious. An emptiness realm cultivator against a corporeal realm cultivator. There was a difference of an entire realm between them. Since he promised it himself, he should be confident. Maybe he has friends waiting outside the city. Xiao Li muttered. Shangguan Hong smiled and said, "No matter what it is, it's better to go out and have a look." With that, the two of them walked out of the city. Zi Chen quickly left the city and continued forward. "Kid, don't even think about running away," Iwai shouted, and then quickly chased after him. "Idiot." Zi Chen glanced at him disdainfully, then suddenly sped up. Damn it, he's running away. Iwai knew that something was wrong and quickly chased after him. Zi Chen stopped 2.5 kilometers away from the city. He turned around and looked in the direction of Hupping City with a black saber in his hand. The longsword was none other than the demonic blade jointly crafted by Cauldron Spirit and Wang Jun. It possessed unimaginable sharpness. Zi Chen held his saber and calmly looked at the person in front of him. "I thought you ran away." Iwai stood 100 meters away from Zi Chen and said coldly. The sound of people rushing through the air could be heard continuously. One cultivator after another arrived. Soon, the area was completely surrounded. Most of these people thought that Zi Chen would run away. But when they saw that he was actually waiting here, they were all surprised. Many of the city guards had arrived. Kuroko and the others were also watching the show from afar. As long as Ju Chong did not attack, no one would be a threat to Zi Chen. Zi Chen glanced at Iwai and then at the other city guards. He asked indifferently, "You idiots, are you going to come one by one or all at once?" Such a lofty provocation naturally caused an uproar. The others were furious. They threatened to charge forward and kill Zi Chen. Iwai waved his hand and said, "You don't have to do anything. I can kill him myself." After saying that, he walked step by step towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen, however, said mockingly, "What? Are you going to use your status as a city guard to kill me? Or are you saying that after I kill you, you city guards can legitimately join forces to kill me?" When they heard Zi Chen's contemptuous words, all the city guards were furious. "You're just a mere virtual realm cultivator. Who do you think you are? How dare you bargain with the city guards? Chmph. If I use my status as a city guard to kill a virtual realm cultivator like you, it will be an insult to the city guards." After saying that, Iwai tore off an epaulet from his shoulder. This was the insignia of the city guards. Then, he shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, please be my witness. I am not a city guard. I am just an ordinary early-stage corporeal realm cultivator. Now, because of a personal grudge, I will kill this virtual realm cultivator. Okay, we will be your witness. As soon as Iwai finished speaking, many voices echoed. Iwai nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Zi Chen. Can we begin? Yes, Zi Chen said calmly. Then, he tightened his grip on the demonic blade in his hand. Do you think that you can rely on a corporeal realm cultivator to fight someone above your level? Stop dreaming. The difference between a corporeal realm cultivator and a virtual realm cultivator isn't just a weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Iwai pointed a finger at Zi Chen. Streaks of corporeal realm cultivator power appeared between his fingers. This power instantly enveloped Zi Chen. Zi Chen moved a few times, but he couldn't break free. In an instant, Zi Chen was trapped. This was very surprising. They thought that since this virtual realm cultivator was so arrogant, he would have some tricks up his sleeve. They didn't expect him to be so weak. When he saw that the virtual realm cultivator was trapped, Iwai sneered and rushed towards Zi Chen. Sister Hong, what should we do? Xiao Li asked worriedly from afar. Let's wait and see. He shouldn't be so weak, Shangguan Hong said calmly. However, she didn't have much confidence in herself. As for the corporeal realm cultivator who was in charge of dealing with Zi Chen, he kept shaking his head. Zi Chen was still struggling, but he couldn't break free from the corporeal realm cultivator's seal. Iwai walked in front of Zi Chen with a sinister smile. Die. He didn't even use a corporeal realm cultivator's sword. He held his sword with one hand and shot out a corporeal realm cultivator's sword aura towards Zi Chen's heart. If this attack pierced his heart, Zi Chen would die without a doubt. Iwai still didn't use his full strength for this attack. This was because he still held back some of his strength in case Zi Chen counterattacked. As a corporeal realm cultivator, he naturally wasn't an idiot. Although his words were vicious, his mind was still very meticulous. Just when the sword aura was an inch away from Zi Chen and Iwai had completely let down his guard, Zi Chen made his move. A destructive power surged from the hand holding his blade. This power broke free from the corporeal realm cultivator's restraint. Then, Zi Chen raised his blade high and slashed down fiercely. Clang! During this time, the sword aura had already hit Zi Chen's chest. Under the powerful force, Zi Chen's outer clothes were torn apart, revealing the inner armor underneath. The inner armor blocked Iwai's attack and exploded into sparks. But after this attack, Iwai didn't have the strength to make a second attack. Perhaps he sensed that something was wrong and retreated. The demonic blade turned into a beam of light and slashed towards his opponent's throat. After a sound, Iwai's head was separated from his body. His greatly changed expression completely froze. His soul that wanted to rush out of his mind was instantly destroyed by a huge force. The headless corpse spurted blood. Iwai's head fell to the ground with a thud. The surroundings had long since become deathly silent. The battle started quickly and ended just as quickly. The outcome was unexpected. Looking at the corporeal realm cultivator's corpse and then at the virtual realm cultivator holding the demonic blade, everyone's faces were filled with shock. How could an virtual realm cultivator kill a corporeal realm cultivator? This was something that completely defied common sense. However, if one thought about it carefully, this was very likely. Iwai had underestimated his opponent. Not only did the virtual realm cultivator have an offensive weapon, but he also had a defensive weapon on him. Moreover, the last attack was too shocking. Furthermore, Iwai was exhausted, so he didn't have time to dodge. The field was still deathly silent. However, Zi Chen made a move. He first collected the corpse, then took a few steps forward and collected the head as well. After doing all this, Zi Chen's gaze swept across the distance again. He said coldly, "Are there any more idiots coming up?" The crowd, who had just regained consciousness, felt that their minds were in a mess because of Zi Chen's provocation again. Shouldn't he quit while he was ahead and leave immediately after winning by luck? But why was he still provoking him? Could it be that the virtual realm cultivator still thought that luck was on his side? Good lord, this is purely suicidal. Corporeal, who was in charge of dealing with Zi Chen's troubles, suddenly said this. In his heart, he didn't want to give the rank 3 token to Zi Chen. He could also see that Zi Chen had won by luck. Was it luck? Was it a coincidence? Or was it intentional? Even Shang Guanhong didn't understand. Perhaps only He Zi and the others in the field knew what this was, but they all looked equally shocked. It had to be said that these people were really bad. The crowd didn't understand, but the city army was extremely angry. One person rushed out and said angrily, "Kid, I'll kill you." A trace of ridicule appeared on Zi Chen's indifferent expression. He glanced at the person's epaulette and said, "Don't you know the rules?" The city army was a huge monster. Even if he had the right, Zi Chen still didn't want to kill them openly. Everyone, please be my witness. I'm not the city army. I'm just an ordinary person. Corporeal tore off his epaulette and said to the crowd. Voices of agreement rose again. After receiving confirmation, the city army soldier rushed toward Zi Chen. This time, however, he learned from a wise lesson. Just as he was about to reach Zi Chen, he opened up his corporeal space and directly sucked Zi Chen in. There was suddenly no one in the field. This greatly disappointed the people who wanted to watch this battle, and many of the city army soldiers frowned. They were worried that after killing the virtual realm cultivator, that person would move the wealth inside ahead of time. However, this worry was obviously unnecessary. After about 10 breaths of time, the corporeal space opened up again and a person appeared from within. When the crowd saw this person's appearance, shock and horror naturally appeared on their faces again. How is this possible? It's still that virtual realm cultivator. He killed corporeal again. This is impossible. It must be an illusion. No one could believe what they were seeing, but it was indeed the case. Chapter 1252. Who else? The cold voice spread throughout the wilderness, shaking everyone's hearts. Zi Chen stood in the air with his black saber in hand. His brand new robes fluttered in the absence of wind. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes shot out cold lightning. Although he was only in the virtual realm, his battle record of killing 2 corporeal realm cultivators in a row was awe-inspiring. Who else? The cold voice sounded again. It was full of provocation, but to everyone's ears, it sounded firm and arrogant. At this moment, Zi Chen's tall and cold image attracted the attention of countless female cultivators. Zhu Chong's expression turned extremely ugly. Clearly, he did not expect the virtual realm cultivator to kill the second corporeal realm cultivator. No one had seen the entire process of the battle, so no one knew how Zi Chen had managed to win. "I'll do it." Another loud shout was heard, and a soldier from the city rushed out. This person was tactful. Without waiting for Zi Chen to speak, he tore off his epaulette, which meant that he was now an ordinary person. Then, he rushed toward Zi Chen. He took a step forward and the ground trembled. He rose into the air and raised the weapon in his hand. Then, he slashed at Zi Chen. A bright light shot out from the weapon. Then, with a powerful and terrifying aura, it slashed at Zi Chen. The moment Corporeal made his move, Zi Chen moved as well. Lightning flashed around his body as he rushed toward Corporeal at the fastest speed in the world. Just as Corporeal rose into the air, Zi Chen arrived in front of him. His strange speed shocked Corporeal. Corporeal's attack was so stunning that it caused ripples in the void. However, the attack did not hit Zi Chen. The spatial pressure was ineffective against Zi Chen. Instead, it allowed Zi Chen to appear in front of him. After dodging Corporeal's attack, Zi Chen slashed with the demonic saber in his hand. A bright light streaked across the sky. Another head flew. Corporeal's attack was still moving forward even after his head was chopped off. It flew several miles before landing on the ground, causing a rumbling sound. The third city guard was killed. This battle had been witnessed by everyone. Reality had attacked once, while Zi Chen had attacked once. However, no one had noticed anything amiss. On the contrary, the eyes of many Emptiness Realm experts lit up. They thought that they had found a shortcut to kill an enemy of a higher level. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had a decent real weapon. The rain of blood in the air didn't touch his body. Zi Chen gripped his saber and swept his gaze around again. This time, he didn't speak, but the surging fighting spirit on his body was enough to indicate his current stance. 3 city guards had died, and no one could tell what the other party was relying on. Was it a coincidence or was it strength? No one could say for sure. As for the other city guards, they were also a little scared and didn't dare to step forward. Zi Chen seemed to have guessed what the other party was thinking. He said indifferently, "If you want to kill me, feel free to come at me. It doesn't matter if you want to fight me one-on-one or if you want to gang up on me." These words caused an uproar. The 2 city guards looked at each other, then rushed out of the crowd and charged toward Zi Chen. This time, Zi Chen uncharacteristically retreated. Moreover, he kept retreating and retreating. He didn't accept the challenge at all. It wasn't until boos came from all around that the 2 reality realm experts finally reacted. Their expressions immediately turned ugly. The 2 of them tore off their epaulets and shouted, "Die!" The retreating Zi Chen sneered. He had been retreating all this time, but now he was charging forward. In the process of charging forward, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zi Chen's back. After the heavenly thunder wings unfurled, a huge emptiness realm space was created and enveloped the 2 reality realm experts. Zi Chen's emptiness realm space was only 3 meters wide, but with the help of the heavenly thunder wings, he could create an emptiness realm space that was more than 1,000 meters wide. When the crowd saw the emptiness realm enveloping the reality realm experts, their expressions became incomparably strange. This was because everyone knew that the emptiness realm space couldn't do anything to the reality realm space. However, because Zi Chen had killed 3 reality realm experts, the crowd still had some expectations for him. They didn't expect that their expectations would come true. In just 5 short breaths, the emptiness realm disappeared and 2 corpses fell from the sky. Zi Chen rose into the air again. This time, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. The heavenly thunder wings flashed with thousands of lightning bolts, making Zi Chen appear even more extraordinary. If anyone still thought that he had killed 5 reality realm experts in a row because of luck, then they were truly idiots. Thinking back to the emptiness realm experts' previous actions, it was obvious that they were confident in killing reality realm experts. This was why they were forced to give up their identities as city guards. At the same time, they moved the arena deathmatch to outside the city in order to kill more people. The current Zi Chen was undoubtedly intimidating everyone present. Many emptiness realm experts were even more curious about Zi Chen's battle prowess. At the same time, they were also thinking about the methods he had used to kill his enemies. They secretly thought that if they had the chance, they would also want to try it out. Zhu Chong's expression became more and more gloomy. The surrounding city guards didn't dare to step forward. Hazy and the others naturally didn't have any meaning in pretending anymore. Their faces were full of ridicule. "Sister Hong, he's actually this strong." Xiao Li's eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Zi Chen had said when he had given her a weapon. It wasn't anything valuable, it was just a matter of a single slash. It was indeed very easy to obtain a weapon by killing a reality realm expert with a single slash. Shangguan Hong's beautiful eyes flashed. It was obvious that she was also stunned by Zi Chen's battle prowess. The city guards didn't dare to step forward. At this moment, all their attention was focused on Zhu Chong. It's one thing to bully others just because you're 1 realm higher, but if you bully others just because you're several realms higher, I'm afraid you'll become a laughingstock. An indifferent voice sounded from beside Zhu Chong. It was Wang Jun. He had arrived at some point in time. "I'll bully him." Zhu Chong sneered when he heard this. Then, he sent a sound transmission to a reality realm expert. The latter's expression froze, but he quickly came to his senses. He shouted at Zi Chen in front of him, "Zi Chen, are you trying to bully us because there's no one in the city guards?" A trace of mockery appeared on Zi Chen's indifferent face. He said, "Do the city guards have a grudge against me?" Zi Chen's meaning was very clear. There was no way he could use his status as a city guard to suppress him because the people he killed were all ordinary people. "You're indeed a cunning brat." The reality realm expert spoke again. "So you think that no one in the reality realm is your match? I didn't say that. If you really think so, I have no objections. You can come up and fight me. I guarantee that I won't let you live. The reality realm expert's expression turned even colder in the face of Zichen's threat. He said indifferently, "Good. What an arrogant brat." As he spoke, the reality realm expert turned around and looked at the group of reality realm experts who were preparing to take the exam. He said, "What should we do in the face of someone's provocation?" The group of reality realm experts shouted, "Kill." Very good. The reality realm expert decisively tore off the epaulette in his hand and said indifferently, "I'm also an ordinary person now. Are you all willing to kill the enemy with me? Kill." The group of reality realm experts shouted again. All around them, everyone's expression changed. It was obvious that this move was meant to incite a group of corporeal realm experts to kill. Even if this void realm expert was extraordinary and could kill corporeal realm experts in a domineering manner, how could he be a match for hundreds of corporeal realm experts? What was even more shameless was that although the reality realm expert had taken off the epaulette of the city guard, he was still a city guard himself. It was only through his rallying power that he was able to mobilize these people who were preparing to take the exam. This was because everyone knew that this person was with the invigilator. In the face of this situation, everyone felt that something was wrong for the emptiness realm expert. However, when they turned their heads to look at him, they found that his expression was extremely calm. This discovery made them even more confused. Seeing that the situation had become serious, neither Hazy nor Wang Jun had any intention of stopping it. Kill. The more he killed, the harder it would be for Zhu Chong to explain himself. As for Zichen, how could these people kill him? The arena was so small that it was impossible for 300 people to attack together. Moreover, Zichen was no fool. How could he just stand there and not move? This kind of encirclement seemed very frightening, but if they could successfully charge in, it would become much simpler. Instead of saying that so many people were here to surround and kill Zichen, it was better to say that they were here to be killed by Zichen. He's actually confident. Shangguan Hong felt that it was extremely inconceivable. The person from Hunter's Castle was so shocked that his eyes widened. After the reality realm expert had incited the crowd, he stared coldly at Zichen. Then, the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. In the end, the killing intent solidified. He shouted, "Kill." After a loud shout, there was a thunderous roar of killing. Then, a group of reality realm experts charged towards Zichen. A total of 300 reality realm experts charged towards an emptiness realm expert. This was the first time that something like this had happened since the establishment of Hupping City. Those who were lucky enough to witness this scene today were destined to never forget it. 300 reality realm experts charged forward. Not only did the emptiness realm expert not retreat, he even charged forward. One emptiness realm expert charged towards 300. Everyone was completely shocked by the courage of the emptiness realm expert. The shocked crowd found it difficult to notice some details. If they had noticed, they would have felt the aura on the emptiness realm expert's body skyrocket as he charged forward. Soon, the emptiness realm expert's strength skyrocketed from the early stage to the early stage of the reality realm. A 2-meter reality realm expert propped up around his body. At this moment, his original extreme speed seemed more like teleportation. The first group of reality realm experts had already launched their attacks. Many powerful and terrifying attacks whistled through the air and rushed towards Zichen. Boom! The sky suddenly trembled. Terrifying energy ripples vibrated. The emptiness realm expert's body was instantly torn to shreds by the many forces. Everyone around him cried out in alarm. Could it be that the emptiness realm expert was killed just like that? Cries of alarm continued to rise and fall. No one could believe that the emptiness realm expert was killed in one blow. A mournful scream suddenly rang out amidst the cries of alarm. This scream came from the group of reality realm experts. As everyone turned their heads to look, they discovered that the emptiness realm expert had unknowingly charged into the group of reality realm experts. At this moment, the emptiness realm expert was on a killing spree. One slash was enough to kill a reality realm expert. Some observant people also discovered that a reality realm expert had appeared behind the emptiness realm expert. Although it was only 2 meters wide, this clearly indicated that the emptiness realm expert was in the reality realm. So he had concealed his strength. Everyone was relieved. But soon, they were unable to be relieved. Even if he was in the early stage of the reality realm, his combat strength was still too terrifying. Chapter 1253. There were definitely more than 10,000 cultivators gathered outside Hupping City. There were both virtual realm and corporeal realm cultivators. All of them were looking at the sky with extreme shock on their faces. This was because they were watching a heart-stirring feast called a Feast of Slaughter. At this moment, Zi Chen was like a demon god that had descended into the world. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes were cold and emotionless. He held a demonic saber that could devour lives. With a flash of the saber, he took a life. The sky was filled with bloody light that turned into specks of light. It was as if a bloody rain had fallen. If one were to describe Zi Chen with one word, it would be terrifying. If one had to add another word, it would be extremely terrifying. Phut phut, the black saber flashed with brilliance. Every time the saber fell, a corporeal realm cultivator would be killed. Heads flew into the sky and corpses fell to the ground. Zi Chen relied on his teleportation-like speed to move between the many attacks, reaping one life after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of corporeal realm cultivators had been killed by Zi Chen. As for the other corporeal realm cultivators, they were instantly frightened by Zi Chen's crazy massacre. They panicked and started to flee. Just like how they had been willing to kill Zi Chen earlier, they had thought that they might not necessarily die if they had more people. Now that they were taking advantage of the chaos to escape, they also thought that they might not die if they had more people. As a result, these people died even faster after losing the means to resist. Mournful screams resounded in the sky. They were like spiritual attacks that attacked the minds of everyone present. Many people who were shocked were awakened by the impact of the screams. However, after they woke up, horror appeared on their faces once again. Sister Hong, he. As a mid-stage virtual realm cultivator, Xiao Li was completely frightened by Zi Chen's massacre method. One had to know that the people in the sky were all powerful corporeal realm cultivators. However, in front of Zi Chen, they could be killed with a single saber strike. Her body trembled in fear and she involuntarily leaned towards Shong Guan Hong. In the next moment, she felt a slight tremble beside her. It was obvious that Shong Guan Hong was also not calm at the moment. At this moment, Zi Chen, who was like a demon god, was deeply imprinted in Xiao Li's heart. Not just Xiao Li, but many other female cultivators as well. Enough. Stop. A belated roar resounded through the air. It was Zhu Chong. If Zi Chen was allowed to continue his slaughter, all 300 corporeal realm experts would definitely be killed. When that happened, even if his father was the commander, he would not be able to explain himself. Zhu Chong stood in front of Zi Chen and blocked him. The soldier from before shouted in fear, "Captain, save me." Zi Chen smiled coldly at Zhu Chong and rushed towards him with his saber in hand. "You're courting death." Zhu Chong roared and struck forward. Bang! With a loud bang, Zi Chen's body exploded, but it was only an illusory body. Zhu Chong said angrily, "Damn it." In the next moment, a shrill scream came from behind Zhu Chong. It was the corporeal realm expert who had instigated everyone to attack. His arm had been chopped off. This corporeal realm expert was smart. He wanted to put his epaulette back on at the critical moment, but Zi Chen did not give him the chance. He cut off his arm first, and the arm holding the epaulette fell to the ground. The corporeal realm expert's face was pale and filled with fear. Zi Chen grinned maliciously at him and slashed out with the demonic saber in his hand. Phut! The saber flashed and the corporeal realm expert's head fell to the ground. Wang Jun's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even he had not noticed the speed Zi Chen had displayed just now. If the other party had intentionally slashed at him from behind, he was afraid that he would have been seriously injured even if he could have dodged it. Indeed, Zi Chen still had a chance of killing a late-stage corporeal realm expert if he did not stay in his corporeal realm, especially if he caught them off guard. However, Zhu Chong was now the captain of the city army and had a powerful force behind him. Zi Chen could touch his brows, but he could not kill him. After killing the corporeal realm expert, Zi Chen rushed out and killed the others. Just as Zhu Chong was about to give chase, Wang Jun moved to block him. Wang Jun, what are you doing? Zhu Chong shouted at Wang Jun. Wang Jun said indifferently, I want to ask you what you're doing. Zhu Chong pointed at Zi Chen and said, don't you see that there's a homicidal maniac here? Wang Jun sneered, I only see 300 corporeal realm experts besieging an emptiness realm expert, and you agreed to it. Zhu Chong's expression changed greatly. He said angrily, get out of the way. Wang Jun said indifferently, the city army is not allowed to participate in private fights. This is something everyone knows. Are you going to violate the rules? Zhu Chong clearly did not expect Wang Jun to use the rules to pressure him. He said angrily, they are the city army's reserve forces who are preparing to participate in the examination. Wang Jun said coldly, maybe they were before, but after the fight, they are just ordinary people. This is just an evil force besieging an emptiness realm cultivator, but who would have thought that the emptiness realm cultivator would turn the tables on them? If we really want to talk about it, the other party is just defending themselves. Zhu Chong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What did he mean by defending themselves? How could a massacre be called defending themselves? Wang Jun, get out of the way. Zhu Chong did not care so much now. He only knew that if more of these people died, his responsibility would be greater. No. Wang Jun stood in front of Zhu Chong like an iron tower. You really won't? Zhu Chong's eyes were a little red. Wang Jun smiled. I've been sent away for the past 500 years, but you've been in seclusion. Why don't you let me see how much your cultivation has improved in the past 500 years? Zhu Chong was so angry that he wanted to point at Wang Jun's nose and curse. Was this the time to fight? This was the time to save people, okay? Fortunately, they were not far from the city, and there were many city army soldiers watching. They naturally would not allow Zi Chen to continue his massacre. After all, these people were going to participate in the city army selection. Stop. One by one, the city army soldiers rushed out, ready to stop Zi Chen. Unfortunately, in front of the world's fastest speed, these people's speed was not even worth mentioning. Zi Chen could completely bypass these city army soldiers and kill those in the corporeal realm. The scene was extremely shocking. Everyone was first frightened, then they felt their blood boil. As a cultivator, they should be this strong. They originally thought that Zi Chen's provocation was reckless, but now they saw it as the unyielding demeanor of a strong cultivator. Zi Chen was slaughtering, Zhu Chong was blocked by Wang Jun, and the other city army soldiers could not stop Zi Chen. The situation was out of control. One after another, the corporeal realm cultivators fell and were killed. However, when they died, fire dragons would appear and drag their bodies away. The surrounding crowd retreated again and again, afraid that they would be implicated. Is this the legendary world's fastest speed? Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded from the sky. Then, an extremely mysterious power appeared from the sky. This was a power that surpassed the physical space. It directly passed through space and landed on Zi Chen, who was quickly dodging. During this time, Zi Chen felt a dangerous aura and dodged again and again. However, this power was like teleportation. It followed Zi Chen like a shadow and finally enveloped him. Enveloped by this power, Zi Chen's body was unable to move. This time, he was truly unable to move. He felt an aura of death from this mysterious power. He could not break free, and he did not dare to break free. At some point, an old man in armor appeared in the sky. He stood high up in the sky and looked down at Zi Chen. His eyebrows were like knives and his eyes were like lightning. He gave off a fierce and domineering feeling. When the city army saw the old man, their faces immediately lit up with joy. They all saluted the old man. Greetings, Commander. Loud voices sounded from all around. The confrontation between Wang Jun and Zhu Chong also ended because of the old man's appearance. The two of them turned and saluted the old man. Greetings, Commander. The old man glanced at Wang Jun and said indifferently, It seems that 500 years have passed. Wang Jun saluted again but did not say anything. The old man had dealt with the matter unfairly in the past. The commanders of the city army were all in the domain realm. They had created their own domain. Once the domain grew, it would become an independent world. Therefore, every domain realm expert was extremely powerful. Even in the Zhanwu continent, as long as a domain realm expert wanted to live a good life, he would definitely live a good life. At this moment, the old man appeared as a commander. It was obvious that he was in the domain realm. This was a realm that everyone was in or of. Many of the cultivators who were watching the show below lowered their heads with awe on their faces. Zichen had always heard about how powerful the domain realm was and how extraordinary the power of the domain realm was. Today, when he personally experienced it, he realized that this realm was ridiculously powerful. At this moment, the power that enveloped him could fight against the laws of heaven and earth. His rule-breaking could not do anything to the other party. Of course, this did not mean that Zichen's rule-breaking was not strong. It was just that the rule-breaking was too weak. Once he grew to a certain level, he would naturally be able to destroy this power. Is this the fastest speed in the world? The old man's gaze fell on Zichen again. He looked at the lightning wings on Zichen's back and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Zichen naturally did not answer, but his mind was shaken. The old man was the first domain realm expert he saw when he came to this world, but the old man recognized his extreme speed at a glance. Moreover, it was the fastest speed in the world. Zichen originally thought that his extreme speed was only for the Tianwu continent and was known as the fastest in the world. He did not expect that it would still be the fastest in the Zhanwu continent. The old man continued, a mere emptiness realm expert, but the wings can help you advance by a realm. It seems that this is a rare treasure. As soon as this was said, even though the crowd was extremely respectful to the old man, they still lost their composure and burst into an uproar. They originally thought that the emptiness realm expert was just hiding his strength and that his realm was in the corporeal realm. Only then could he go on a killing spree. However, after hearing the old man's words, they realized that the old man's true realm was the emptiness realm. As a result, it gave people the illusion that the emptiness realm expert was strong with the wings. Without the wings, he was still very ordinary. Immediately, the crowd looked at Zichen with burning eyes. However, Zichen's expression became gloomy because of this. The old man's words had undoubtedly put him on the opposite side of everyone. Chapter 1254. As soon as the elder finished speaking, a wave of pressure surged out from his body and swept towards Zichen. The pressure was so strong that it caused Zichen's expression to change. The 2 meters of reality around him started to tremble as if it was about to collapse. The old man looked down at Zichen coldly, as if he was waiting for Zichen's reality to shatter on its own. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across the surface of the 2-meter reality. The golden light stabilized the collapsing space of the reality and blocked the realm pressure outside. The pressure on Zichen was greatly reduced. He raised his head and looked at the realm as he said, I was only passively retaliating. The people I killed were those who wanted me dead. These people were all ordinary people. I don't understand what you mean. Ordinary people? H. Do you know that the city's army is among them? The elder snorted coldly. He was surprised that Zichen was able to block his pressure. Zichen said apologetically, I'm really sorry. I really didn't know. Some of these people coveted my wealth and some thought that I wasn't qualified to join the city's army. Regardless of their motives, I'm very sure that they were all ordinary people. As for the city's army, Hupping City has rules that prohibit them from participating in private fights for no reason. I don't think they would attack me because they were jealous of my wealth. Zichen's words were powerful and he placed the city's army in a commanding position. If the realm masters attacked him, it would mean that the city's army had violated the rules. What a sharp-tongued little fellow. That means you're not wrong. It's all their fault, the elder said coldly. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have boasted shamelessly and recklessly registered with the city's army as an emptiness realm master. I made a lot of people unhappy. Now, I know my mistake. I gave up the opportunity to take the test and am willing to be an ordinary hunter, Zi Chen said respectfully. As soon as he said this, many people's expressions became strange. They could naturally imagine how an Emptiness Realm master would be treated when he registered with the city's army. Naturally, they would mock, ridicule him. But the result? Those city's army soldiers were killed in front of him. This was the most blatant slap in the face. The old man had deliberately targeted Zi Chen earlier, which was why Zi Chen spoke so bluntly. If it was an ordinary domain realm cultivator, Zi Chen would naturally be apprehensive. However, the other party was the commander of the city's central army. While possessing great authority, he also had to abide by the rules. Zi Chen had done nothing wrong, so he naturally wasn't afraid that the other party would be ruthless. Zi Chen's sarcastic retort caused anger to appear on the old man's face. But before he could say anything, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "What's going on?" Another person appeared in the air. This was a middle-aged man. He wore the same armor as the old man, but his expression was even colder. After he appeared, his gaze fell on the group of reserve soldiers in the city. Of the original 300 people, nearly half of them had been killed. The remaining half gathered together and looked terrified. The moment they saw the middle-aged man, the expressions of Hazy and the others immediately changed. After that, they bowed towards the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Commander." Another commander had come, and it was obvious that he was also in the domain realm. The middle-aged commander nodded indifferently. Then, he looked at Wang Jun and asked, "Wang Jun, didn't I ask you to supervise the reserve soldiers' assessment? Why are they here? How come half of them are gone?" Wang Junxian bowed to the middle-aged commander and said respectfully, "Commander, when I went to the military headquarters, there was no one there. I asked around and found my way here. I happened to see someone who seemed to be from the city's army leading them to kill an Emptiness Realm expert." "What? A few hundred people besieging a virtual realm expert?" The middle-aged commander's tone was cold. "Yes, but they seemed to have underestimated their opponent and were killed instead," Wang Jun said calmly. The middle-aged commander's face became even more furious. He ignored the pale-faced Zhu Chong and looked at the old man. He asked, "Commander Zhu, I need an explanation for besieging a virtual realm expert as reserve soldiers." The surviving reserve soldiers thought that the domain realm commander would help them vent their anger. They didn't expect him to start questioning them as soon as he arrived. Moreover, he didn't seem to have any intention of punishing the culprit. Their faces were filled with grievance. "Someone slaughtered our reserve soldiers. How else do we explain this?" The old man was slightly angry. The middle-aged commander had a mocking expression on his face. He pointed at Zi Chen and said, "Is it him? Of course. He is only an virtual realm expert. Do you not need an explanation for the hundreds of reserve soldiers besieging him? Our city's central army abides by the rules of the Shuntian prefecture. Does this kind of thing follow the rules?" The middle-aged commander said coldly. The old man couldn't say anything. They were in the wrong this time. Moreover, the new commander was obviously biased. If this matter was blown out of proportion, he would be the one to suffer. Most importantly, this middle-aged commander was stronger than him. At this moment, the old man chose to remain silent. The middle-aged commander understood the whole story through Wang Jun and Hazy. His expression became even colder. He glanced at Zhu Chong and said indifferently, "You disqualified such a person. If he doesn't even have the right to be part of the city's central army, then who does?" Zhu Chong lowered his head and didn't say anything. This matter would naturally be handled by his father. The middle-aged commander pointed at the group of reserve soldiers and said, "If he doesn't have the right, then what about these useless people who can be killed with a single slash?" Facing the middle-aged commander's reprimand, no one dared to speak. Only his voice could be heard. The reserve soldiers didn't even dare to breathe loudly. How can such useless people be part of the city's central army? "Wang Jun, you will be in charge of the assessment this time. The difficulty will be doubled." The middle-aged commander finally said. "Yes." Wang Jun nodded. The reserve soldiers' faces were ashen. The original assessment mission was already dangerous. If the difficulty was doubled, their chances of survival would be even lower. After dealing with the reserve soldiers, the middle-aged commander didn't punish Ju Chong. This was obviously out of respect for Commander Ju. The middle-aged commander's indifferent expression softened. He looked at Zi Chen and said, "You are Zi Chen, right? Are you willing to join the city's central army?" This was obviously an invitation. An invitation from a domain realm expert was definitely a great honor for a city's central army. Everyone was envious of this, but they weren't jealous. This was because they couldn't be jealous. "I'm sorry. He is now a senior hunter of Hunter's Castle." Before Zi Chen could reply, an old voice rang out. Another person appeared in the field out of thin air. It was an old man who looked like he had just woken up. The old man was the one who had issued the mission to Zi Chen. After he appeared, he didn't look at the two domain realm experts. Instead, he looked at Zi Chen and praised, "Good boy. You completed the mission very well. I'll give you a rank 3 hunting order." The old man handed the token to Zi Chen. After receiving it, Zi Chen thanked him gratefully. However, he felt that this token was different from the one he had seen before. The old man nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at the two commanders and said, "It seems that you are late. He is already a senior hunter. From now on, he belongs to Hunter's Castle. He can't join the city's central army." Senior hunters were another special group of people in Hunter's Castle. They were exclusive to Hunter's Castle and enjoyed the treatment provided by Hunter's Castle. If a hunter was an inner disciple of a sect, then a senior hunter would be a core disciple. To a hunter, being a senior hunter was already an unparalleled honor. Regardless of whether it was the middle-aged commander or Commander Ju, both of their expressions changed when they saw the old man. The old man smiled at the two of them. "In that case, we will take our leave." The middle-aged commander cupped his fists at the old man and then left in a flash. Commander Ju did the same and left in a flash. After the battle, the city's central army dispersed one after another. Naturally, the others also left one after another. However, what happened today was destined to spread. "Little guy, cultivate well." The old man glanced at Zi Chen and left without saying anything else. "Zi Chen, please follow me to Hunter's Castle to report." A voice rang out from below as soon as the old man left. It was a corporeal realm hunter. The matter was resolved just like that. Moreover, many of the city's central army had retreated too quickly. Zi Chen still had many doubts. When he heard the other party's words, he put away his long blade and descended from the sky. "Excuse me, what did they mean by senior hunters?" Zi Chen asked as he descended. Even now, he could still feel the envy in the eyes of the cultivators who hadn't left yet. The corporeal realm hunter smiled and said, "Senior hunters are actually a type of hunter, but they have a few more privileges than other hunters. They can receive a monthly reward." Receiving a reward? Isn't that a privilege reserved for hunter kings? Zi Chen asked in confusion. The corporeal realm hunter said, "It's not the same. Senior hunters are already core members of Hunter's Castle. Hunter's Castle will provide you with resources to help you cultivate. In the future, you can only be a member of Hunter's Castle and can't join the city's central army. If you need, you can take a hunter's token to any city or any Hunter's Castle and conscript the hunters you need to serve you. It's like the commander of a city, managing a group of soldiers in the city. However, the difference between a veteran hunter and a commander is that the latter can only deploy soldiers in the city they are in, but a veteran hunter can deploy hunters in the 108 cities in the prefecture. After the other party finished explaining, Zi Chen was also a bit surprised at how much power a senior hunter had. Zi Chen followed the corporeal realm hunter back to the city. Sure enough, after becoming a hunter, he didn't need to pay the city entrance fee. After entering the city, many cultivators still looked at Zi Chen strangely, especially some of the more beautiful female cultivators, who frequently sent him ambiguous glances. "Who was the old man who gave me the token before?" Zi Chen didn't seem to notice the strangeness around him and asked Wade. Wade's expression changed and he reminded, "Next time you see him, you should call him Sir or Elder Ling, don't ever call him Old Man." Elder Ling is the manager of Hunter's Castle and has great prestige in the castle. It's just that he usually doesn't care about matters and rarely appears in the castle. I didn't expect you to run into him. He even specially gave you a senior hunter's token. Wade's voice was filled with envy towards the end. Are these senior hunters' tokens very rare? Zichen asked again. It's not just rare, it's pitifully rare. Let me tell you, in the entire Hupping City, apart from Hunter Kings, there are less than 10 senior hunters' tokens issued. Zichen was shocked when he heard this. So many? Chapter 1255. The process of applying to become a hunter was a little troublesome, especially for veteran hunters. Although Elder Ling had given Zichen a token, there was still a lot of cumbersome procedures to follow. However, since Elder Ling had personally arranged it, several units of cultivators in Hunter's Castle would serve Zichen alone. Furthermore, all the expenses during this period would be borne by Hunter's Castle. Corporeal realm cultivators had the right to enter the city. It could be said that the survival rate of this realm was much higher than that of Earth and Void realm cultivators. Since Zichen could easily kill an early corporeal realm cultivator, he could definitely be considered a powerhouse. This caused him to frequently attract attention as he walked around Hunter's Castle. Discussions about him also continuously spread. However, because of Commander Ju's words back then, there were mixed opinions about Zichen. Some people believed that Zichen was strong because of his wings, while others believed that Zichen was still very strong even without his wings. After Zichen completed the procedures, Wade brought him to his residence. Zichen did not need to stay in the inn after this, as Hunter's Castle would provide him with a special place to stay. When Zichen walked into the hall again, he saw many hunters. Many of them had shocked expressions, but there were also some who had strange expressions that clearly contained greed. However, these people were all either mid or late corporeal realm cultivators. Veteran hunters will be paid monthly. You can receive it monthly. Elder Ling told me before he left that your current realm is very low, so the most important thing is to raise it. You can use the cultivation rooms in Hunter's Castle as you wish, all fees are waived. Wade brought Zichen to the cultivation rooms. They passed through the hall and arrived at the back of the castle. They walked up a flight of stairs and arrived at the cultivation rooms. The cultivation rooms were divided into 2 levels. One was for the Void Realm cultivators, while the other was for the Corporeal Realm cultivators. The cultivation rooms on each level were divided into 4 categories: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Each category was divided into 8 rooms, from Heaven 1 to Yellow 8. The Heaven 1 room had the densest void energy, while Yellow 8 was the weakest. Zichen was qualified to use any of the training rooms because he was a senior hunter. Wade then brought Zichen to other places for a stroll. There were a few places that belonged to the seclusion grounds of some senior hunters. Those places were forbidden areas, and no one was allowed to enter as they pleased. Other than that, the residences of other senior hunters were also restricted areas. Zichen asked Wade. Among all the senior hunters, Zichen was the weakest. After the introduction, Wade bid farewell and left. Zichen headed to the Emptiness Realm cultivation room to cultivate. His first choice was naturally the Heaven 1 cultivation room. There was a groove at the entrance. It was where the senior hunter's token was placed. At the same time, it was also the place for identity verification. For hunters, identity was very important. As for Zichen's hunting token, it contained his soul, and only Zichen could use it. As the hunting token was placed in the groove, the door to the Heaven 1 cultivation room opened. An extremely dense Emptiness Realm energy rushed toward Ting Qingshan. Zichen walked into the Heaven 1 cultivation room. The door behind him closed, but the token in the groove was still there. This proved that someone was cultivating inside. The cultivation room was built with special materials that could seal spiritual power and prevent it from leaking out. On the floor of the cultivation room, there was a huge formation. This was an extremely complicated spirit absorption formation. It could absorb spiritual power from a certain area and then feed it back to the rest of the room. Normally, the spiritual power in this room would be maintained in a normal state. However, once someone entered, the cultivation room would activate normally. The spiritual power floating in this room was the law of emptiness. It was so dense that it almost took the form of a fog. Chen sized up the entire cultivation room. He was extremely satisfied with such a dense emptiness realm lore. It was obvious that cultivating in this room would greatly increase the speed of his cultivation. Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. As he circulated his cultivation method, his body emitted an extremely strong suction force. The lore of emptiness realm in the cultivation room, which was originally extremely dense, was visibly decreasing. At the same time, an extremely large amount of energy was emitted from the formation beneath Chen. It directly surged into Chen's body. This energy had obviously been refined and was extremely pure. Chen only needed to refine it slightly to completely absorb it. After circulating his cultivation method once, Chen opened his eyes. The extremely dense lore of emptiness in the room had become thinner. As expected of Hunter's castle. The cost of building this cultivation room alone is probably an astronomical figure. After circulating his cultivation method once, the amount of energy Chen absorbed was almost equivalent to cultivating for an entire day. Chen was sincerely impressed by this cultivation room. Less than a quarter of an hour after he stopped, the formation was activated once again. Immediately after, an extremely pure energy surged into the cultivation room. This was the magical effect of the cultivation room number 1. Once it was activated, an endless amount of energy would pour in until the cultivation room closed. As for this cultivation room, because it provided too much energy at an extremely fast rate, it would not be activated under normal circumstances. Occasionally, a few advanced emptiness realm experts would come here to cultivate, but they would quickly leave because they were unable to withstand the rate of replenishment. These people were not used to it, but to Chen, this was a rare cultivation treasure. Because he had the thunder wings, he could raise his cultivation by an entire realm. Now that Chen's soul perception was about to break through to the corporeal realm, the only thing he currently lacked was power. And this cultivation room just so happened to provide that power. Moreover, its replenishment speed was not much faster than Chen's cultivation speed. Therefore, this place was very suitable for Chen to cultivate. However, Chen could not rest in the slightest. Otherwise, he would explode from the overwhelming amount of energy in this cultivation room. Chen was very happy that he had found a shortcut to quickly increase his cultivation. He was not a person who was willing to waste time, so he quickly closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy. A large amount of energy was refined by Chen and poured into the 3-meter void space. However, this 3-meter void space seemed to be infinitely large. No matter how much energy he used to fill it, it was not enough. This cultivation room was built by Hunter's castle with a huge amount of money. There were only 64 cultivation rooms in this huge castle. These 64 cultivation rooms were specially managed by 64 cultivators. Normally, many people used the corporeal cultivation room, but very few used the emptiness realm cultivation room. Occasionally, there would be people who used it, but most of them would use the profound earth cultivation room and the heaven cultivation room. Even if they did, they would rarely use the heaven cultivation room number 1. But today, the heaven cultivation room number 1 was activated. This made the cultivators who had rested for a long time feel a little surprised and want to stretch their muscles and bones. The others had nothing to do, so they gathered together to bet on how long the user of the heaven cultivation room number 1 could last this time. Under normal circumstances, it would last for 3 days. The heaven cultivation room number 1 could also last for 3 days when it was replenished with a lore fragment. However, this time, 3 days passed quickly. The heaven cultivation room number 1 was still open, and the manager was replenishing the emptiness realm fragments as quickly as possible. Soon, another 3 days passed. A total of 6 days had passed. During these 6 days, the manager was not idle at all. He was constantly replenishing the emptiness realm fragments that he had consumed. It's been 6 days. How is this possible? Could it be that someone is going to break through inside? The other cultivators were also very surprised. Don't say any more. I'm almost dead tired. I don't know how long he'll last, the manager of the heaven cultivation room number 1 said with a frown. Although the heaven cultivation room number 1 was changed every 3 days, usually, everyone could only last for 3 days and then automatically leave, leaving him a lot of time to replenish. But now, the other person was not leaving. In order to maintain the same amount of energy, he could only continuously replenish the emptiness realm fragment. Every time the emptiness realm fragment shattered, he would replenish another one. And during these 6 days, the emptiness realm fragments would be depleted every second and every minute. Hihi, it's your fault for being too idle. Now, just treat it as training. I really don't know what kind of person is staying in the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1, but I really hope he can last a little longer. That's right. It'll be good if he can last a little longer. The others joked. Obviously, they felt a little uncomfortable seeing the manager of the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1 being too comfortable all these years. It was originally a joke, but they did not expect it to become true. For the next month, the entire Heaven Cultivation Room number 1 was operating. Not to mention that the manager had to constantly replenish the emptiness realm fragments. Just the consumption of the emptiness realm fragments was already an astronomical figure. Moreover, the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1 that could last for 3 days after being replenished could only last for 2.5 days after this month. After 2.5 days, all the emptiness realm fragments here would be depleted. This was not because there was a problem with the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1, but because the cultivation speed was too fast. How can this be? If this continues, the resources will be consumed even more. This won't do. Hurry up and inform the master, the manager said as he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. However, just as he spoke, 2 emptiness realm fragments shattered. He hurriedly replenished them. The others also felt that something was wrong and hurriedly went to report to the master. It should be known that the people who used the cultivation room were all internal members of Hunter's Castle. Even so, they still had to pay a high fee to use it. However, this person had actually used it for an entire month. They did not believe that he had paid a month's worth of usage rights in advance. However, they did not understand why he had not been kicked out when the time was up. Soon, a late-stage corporeal realm expert arrived. "What's going on?" he asked. "Master, look," the manager said as he pointed at a large replenishment array in front of them. Bang! Bang! The sound of the emptiness realm fragments shattering rang out. They exploded one after another like firecrackers. This situation has already been going on for a month. A lot of resources have already been consumed. The manager said. What? It's been going on for a month. Who can stay in the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1 for a month? The late-stage corporeal realm expert was shocked. He then decided to personally go and check it out. When he stood at the entrance of the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1, he immediately saw the Senior Hunter token. It's the Senior Hunter token. It's the newly joined Zi Chen. Zi Chen had become a Senior Hunter despite being an early-stage emptiness realm expert. This had already caused a huge commotion. Now, it was not only the people in the castle that were spreading this news, but also the people outside of Hupping City. However, what shocked the late-stage corporeal realm expert was that the other party was only an early-stage emptiness realm expert. How could he cultivate so quickly? Chapter 1256. Although it had never happened in the cultivation rooms of Hunter's Castle before, it didn't mean that it had never happened before. Zi Chen, who was an emptiness realm expert looking forward to a full month in the cultivation room, was something that had never happened before. Just as reality was feeling uneasy, the door to the cultivation room slowly opened and a young man appeared at the doorway. He had heard of the rumors about Zi Chen in the outside world, but today was the first time he had seen Zi Chen. This was a young man, a very handsome young man. However, in the Jianwu continent, being handsome often equated to being strong enough. The aura surging from Zi Chen's body wasn't strong, but it made people feel a sense of danger and palpitate. At this moment, Zi Chen, who had let go of his mind and cultivated at full speed, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Behind Zi Chen was the Sky Number 1 cultivation room. This was a place that consumed virtual realm fragments every second, and it was the best cultivation room for the virtual realm. However, as the corporeal realm expert looked behind Zi Chen, even a late-stage corporeal realm expert like him was clearly astonished. This was because the cultivation room behind Chen only had an extremely thin amount of spirit energy. It wasn't even as dense as the spirit energy in the other cultivation rooms. This discovery made reality's expression change, and he found it extremely inconceivable. "There's a matter," Chen said indifferently. The person in front of him had interrupted his cultivation without saying anything, and only kept changing his expression. If he hadn't sensed that the other party was a late-stage reality expert, he definitely wouldn't have been polite. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that someone came to report that there's something strange about this cultivation room. I was worried that there might be some danger, so I specially came to take a look," Reality hurriedly explained. Chen's indifferent expression softened as he said, "Thank you for your concern, but I'm just cultivating. There's no big problem with the cultivation room." "It's good that there's no problem. Then I won't disturb your cultivation." After saying this, the late-stage reality politely retreated. In Hunter's Castle, as a senior hunter, Chen's status was higher than that of a late corporeal realm expert. As the stone door slowly closed, Chen once again sat in the center of the array. In this 1 month of cultivation, Chen had made great progress. Up until now, Chen had not encountered a bottleneck, so he had to strive to advance to the next realm. When the late-stage corporeal realm expert returned, all the managers of the cultivation rooms looked at each other. There are no abnormalities in the cultivation room. Someone is cultivating inside, and it looks like he'll be cultivating for a very long time. Go and request for some more resources. Don't delay his cultivation progress, ordered the late-stage corporeal expert. Hearing this, everyone was very surprised. They all asked who it was that was breaking through to the next realm and cultivating inside. It's not just anyone breaking through. It's the veteran hunter that old Ling recently recruited. He's only at the early stage of the virtual realm. After speaking, the late-stage corporeal expert left, leaving behind a shocked crowd. The fact that an early virtual realm martial artist was able to cultivate for such a long time in Heaven Number 1. Naturally, they were shocked. Rumor has it that this veteran hunter relied on a mysterious treasure to kill a corporeal realm expert. But now, even if he doesn't have a treasure, he's definitely an extremely powerful existence. There were many rumors about Chen in the outside world, but most people were concerned about that treasure of his. As for Chen's true strength, there were mixed opinions. As time passed, the number of resources in Heaven Number 1 cultivation room continued to increase. As more and more resources were requested, it naturally alarmed some of the higher-ups. Hunter's Castle was a large organization. Although they did not care about these resources, it was inevitable that they would feel strange if they requested too many resources. After asking around, they learned that Chen was cultivating in seclusion in Sky Number 1. They were all shocked. Chen had stayed in Heaven Number 1 cultivation room for an entire year, which had long since broken the previous record. As for that manager, he was also extremely tired. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of rapid sounds rang out. This was the sound of a large number of virtual realm fragments being used up. Hearing these sounds, the manager's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? It was just filled up. For an entire year, there were several people helping out here. When they saw more and more virtual realm fragments exploding, their expressions turned strange. This situation did not make sense at all. Bang 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 bang. The rapid sounds rang out again. A large number of virtual realm fragments disappeared. In a short period of time, half of the fragments had disappeared. No one had the time to check for any abnormalities. They could only continue to fill up the virtual realm fragments. 3 people filled up the fragments, but they could barely keep up with the rate of consumption. Is he about to break through? Hurry up and request for more resources. We need to get more. The manager wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and shouted towards the outside. The amount of resources Chen had consumed in the past year was almost comparable to the total amount of resources they had consumed in their years of cultivation. They had been wondering why Chen had not broken through after using so many resources. They had never imagined that something would happen here today. Soon, more resources were sent over. Two corporeal realm supervisors also came along. When they saw the continuous consumption of virtual realm fragments, they were also very surprised. "This Zi Chen is indeed extraordinary," the two of them exclaimed. At this moment, Zi Chen's body had disappeared from Heaven No. 1 room. What was left was a 3-meter-wide virtual space. The virtual space suddenly appeared in the cultivation room. It was like a passage to another world or a bottomless black hole. An endless stream of energy entered the virtual space and disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. As if it felt that the energy replenishment was too little, the virtual space started to vibrate. Then, an extremely strong suction force came from it. Under this suction force, the virtual power in the entire room entered the virtual space like a long river. A simple devouring by the virtual space caused more than 70% of the virtual realm fragments at the end of the array to explode. As for the remaining 30%, it was impossible to maintain normal operation. Even the corporeal realm supervisors who came to investigate were shocked by this phenomenon, let alone the virtual realm experts. "Hurry up and fill it up," the manager of the virtual realm shouted. A large number of virtual realm fragments were controlled by their spiritual senses and entered into the grooves. However, 70% of the fragments had disappeared all of a sudden. It was undoubtedly a daydream for the three of them to quickly fill up the grooves. "Oh my God, what is Zi Chen doing? How is this absorbing energy? This is clearly plundering." Two shocked corporeal realm supervisors consciously joined in. A total of 5 people worked together to catch up with the consumption. The batch of resources that had just been sent in was quickly gone. Someone else went out to apply for more. "It's gone again. How is this possible?" The old man in charge of guarding the resources immediately widened his eyes. The resources he had just given were the largest expenditure in history. However, it was gone in such a short period of time. "There's still a little left, but it won't last long," the virtual realm supervisor said anxiously. "Do you know how many resources you just took? That's an amount that hasn't been used for an entire year. Now, it's gone. It's not like we used it. It's the one in Heaven No. 1 who used it. It's said that he's at a critical moment in breaking through," the virtual realm supervisor said. Although the old man was in charge of managing and controlling many resources, he couldn't make the decision if the amount was too large. Moreover, this matter was too shocking. Over the past year, several people had come to investigate him. It was said that he had used up too many resources. The old man became hesitant. There were too many resources to apply for and he couldn't make the decision. Give him as many resources as he wants." Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded from outside. Wade walked in with a steward's token in his hand. "This is Elder Ling's token. Do you recognize it? Elder Ling has already gone. Give him the resources immediately," Wade said. I recognize it. The old man didn't expect that this matter would alarm Elder Ling. Cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. However, he didn't bother to wipe it off. He hurriedly opened the resource warehouse and took out twice as many resources as before. He didn't even have time to register them. The virtual realm supervisor took the resources and was about to leave when he suddenly paused. He turned around and said, "I'm afraid these won't last long. You better prepare some more." When the old man heard this, he almost fainted. Elder Ling's arrival in the Heaven No. 1 formation filled everyone with great pressure. Elder Ling didn't even say a word when he arrived. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Elder Ling looked at the exploding virtual realm fragments in front of him and didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Elder Ling opened his mouth and said in a calm voice, "When did this happen?" "Sir, it was 2 hours ago. It hasn't happened before. It hasn't happened in a year." A strange light flashed in Elder Ling's eyes. "A year. It seems that he has broken through, but this commotion." Then, Elder Ling smiled bitterly. He was very surprised by Zi Chen's consumption. Elder Ling had stepped into the domain realm a long time ago and had walked very far in this realm. Normally, virtual realm fragments were nothing in front of him and he didn't care about these things. However, today, when he saw large amounts of virtual realm fragments disappear, even the corners of his mouth twitched. 9,999 virtual realm fragments were used to maintain this formation. Under normal circumstances, it would be used up in 3 days. If these resources were converted into lore fragments, it would be 1 million. One had to admit that it was a big deal to use up 1 million in 3 days. However, each time the virtual realm fragments were filled, they could only last for a short while. In a short while, 1 million resources were used up. Elder Ling had only been here for a short time, but 10 million resources had already been used up. What technique is Zi Chen cultivating? Why is it that breaking through a sub-realm consumes so much resources? Elder Ling was very puzzled about this. It had to be said that Zi Chen was very lucky this time. He had broken through in just 1 year, and it was all because of the Heaven No. 1 cultivation room. If it had been any other time, Zi Chen would have needed more than 10 years to break through. However, during this period, the consumption of this huge amount of resources was something that Zi Chen couldn't afford. Just as everyone was clicking their tongues because Zi Chen was consuming too much resources too quickly, Zi Chen was currently in his own 3-meter virtual realm. However, was it really only 3 meters? Chapter 1257. Zi Chen flashed into the 3-meter void space. At a glance, Zi Chen saw a world. This was a boundless world. It was still illusory at the moment, but it was also independent. The void space of the void boundary was an illusory space created with the entire continent as the foundation. Zi Chen's 3-meter void boundary was attached to the Zhonwu continent, but the infinite illusory space in the 3-meter void boundary was a real independent existence. This phenomenon puzzled Zi Chen. However, being in this illusory space, he could feel that it was very unstable. Zi Chen looked up at the sky. This place was illusory, but he could see waves of power merging into this illusory space. The originally unstable space slowly stabilized because of the infusion of these forces. However, only a small area was stabilized. A lot of resources were needed to completely stabilize this infinite space. Zi Chen did not have so many resources on him at the moment, but this was not in his consideration at the moment. With a thought, a wave of power rushed out. When this power reached the outside world, it turned into a suction force and returned with a strong force. Zi Chen, who had entered the illusory space, was still conscious. He knew that he was still in the sky room No. 1. Because he had sensed a bottleneck and was showing signs of breaking through, he had been inspired to enter the illusory space. The moment he entered the void realm, Zi Chen had already broken through. He was now at the middle stage of the void realm. However, this realm was still unstable and needed a lot of resources to stabilize this realm. This was what Zi Chen thought, so he needed resources now, and these resources needed to be provided by the sky room No. 1. Zi Chen simply thought that the premise of stabilizing his realm was to stabilize this illusory world. Therefore, he stood here and watched this world stabilize, so that he could completely stabilize his realm. Little did he know that Zi Chen's idea had caused a great disturbance in the entire Hunter's Castle. As the steward of Hunter's Castle, Old Ling's words carried a lot of weight, so even though he was standing here for a moment and watching Heaven No. 1 swallow tens of millions of resources, he still had a faint smile on his face. The fact that Zi Chen had consumed a lot of resources to break through proved that Zi Chen had great potential and that he had a good eye for talent. That was indeed what he thought, and the reality realms who rushed over from all directions also complimented him in the same manner. Very quickly, another 2 hours passed. Zi Chen had already consumed more than 100 million resources. Seeing that the consumption rate of the array formation did not decrease, and instead increased, the crowd's praises gradually decreased. But Ling Ling still had a faint smile on his face. Wasn't it just 100 million worth of resources? It was only equivalent to the lowest level, worst, and worst realm fragment. That was how Ling Tianyi always comforted himself. In next to no time, the second region fragment was consumed. The third domain fragment was gone, and so were the fourth and the fifth. As time passed, not only did the Heaven No. 1's devouring speed not slow down, it actually became faster. 5 region fragments were equivalent to 500 million worth of resources. 500 million, a whole 500 million. Even an idiot could forcibly ascend to the reality realm because of this amount of resources. But Zi Chen had consumed 500 million worth of resources in just one day and one night. Even so, such a huge amount of resources had not helped him break through. The surrounding praises had long since disappeared, and the scene had become very quiet. The only sound that could be heard was the mechanical sound of the void realm fragments being placed. No one even dared to breathe loudly. The smile on Old Ling's face had disappeared at some point. Both outside and outside Heaven Number 1 were full of cultivators. These people were silent and did not say a word. But everyone was waiting for Heaven Number 1 to finish devouring and for senior hunter Zi Chen, who had consumed a huge amount of resources, to appear. But unfortunately, Zi Chen still did not appear when the 11th region fragment had been consumed the next day. 11 region fragments represented 1,100,000,000. This was Zi Chen's consumption in the past 2 days. No one could remain calm when faced with such a huge number. Although using 1,100,000,000 without permission was not Old Ling's limit, using it on a Void Realm expert was enough to attract the attention of many people. Once someone noticed, there would naturally be dissatisfaction. After all, no one would be stupid enough to waste resources on a Void Realm expert that they did not know, or had never even seen before. Old Ling, Lord Wu requests your presence. A human voice finally rang out amidst the mechanical sounds. A reality realm expert walked in from outside, stood in front of Old Ling, and spoke respectfully. Old Ling did not speak. He only looked forward and watched as the fragments exploded one after another. He watched as they were placed in front of him and then exploded again. He had been watching like this for 2 days and 2 nights. The atmosphere around him had also become extremely oppressive because of these 2 days and 2 nights. Old Ling, Lord Wu requests your immediate departure. The reality realm expert spoke again. The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the speed at which everyone was exchanging fragments. He's finally here. Old Ling sighed and finally spoke for the first time in 2 days. When he finished speaking, Old Ling turned and left. The reality realm followed. Everyone else's movements slowed because of Old Ling's departure. They seemed to feel a sense of relief. However, they were also very confused and did not know whether they should give up or not. The Sky Number 1 formation is not allowed to stop until I return. Old Ling's voice rang out from outside. The oppressive atmosphere disappeared with Old Ling's departure. I say, this Zi Chen is too scary. Is he trying to break through to the domain realm? More than 1 billion worth of resources have been used up in 2 days. Even plundering can't be done so quickly. This kid is really lucky to have Old Ling's support. Lord Wu rarely appears. He must have asked Old Ling to go this time because of Zi Chen. I'm afraid Old Ling won't have an easy time this time. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, but their hands never stopped moving. This time, there was no need for them to give orders. Someone would continuously send resources over. The old man who had been in charge of managing the resources had fainted because he couldn't bear the pressure. Thus, a new person was in charge. However, it was obvious that the pressure on this person had increased with the expenditure of hundreds of millions of resources. This was especially so when he found out that Old Ling had been called away by Lord Wu. This was because if the negotiations between the two parties were not good, then they would be in trouble. When Old Ling walked into the meeting room, Zi Chen was still in his infinitely large void realm space. He was firmly watching the entire world stabilize and waiting for his realm to stabilize. However, it seemed that he had absorbed a little too many resources. Everyone, why have you called me here? Old Ling walked into the meeting room. There were already 3 people inside. All 3 of them were old men, and their strength was undoubtedly in the domain realm. Ling Xing, don't ask questions you already know the answer to. You should know our purpose, an old man in a red robe said coldly. He didn't look very good. Old Ling was Ling Xing. When he heard this, he smiled faintly and said, you must be here for the senior hunter. HMPH, investing billions of resources on an emptiness realm expert? What are you thinking, Ling Xing? Are you out of your mind? Another person said in an unfriendly tone. Ling Xing retorted, have you ever seen an emptiness realm expert defeat hundreds of corporeal realm experts? That wasn't his true strength. It was because of a supreme treasure, the old man in the seat said. The old man sitting at the head of the table spoke, but his tone was relatively friendly. This was Lord Wu. It's true that he can't do without a supreme treasure. However, what he really relied on was his personal strength, Ling Xing said. Let's not talk about strength for now. Let's talk about resources. Although Hunter's Castle has countless resources, it's impossible to provide such a large amount of help to an Emptiness Realm expert. Let's stop and let him come out. Then, let him do missions in return, the old man in the red robe said again. That's right. The resources will stop here, the second old man said. He's at a critical moment in his breakthrough. It's unreasonable to stop the resources now. As for the missions, we can wait until he breaks through, Ling Xing said. Seeing that the old man in red was about to speak again, Ling Xing added, moreover, I have the authority to use resources. Before he reaches my limit, as long as he can absorb, I will continue to provide. The two old men's expressions changed. Anger immediately appeared on their faces. However, Lord Wu said, Ling Xing, do you know what you are doing? If you don't get any return on your investment, I'm afraid that no one will bear this loss for you. Ling Xing said faintly, I don't need anyone to bear this loss for me. My authority is 10 billion. If this amount is exceeded, I will automatically stop. If the investment doesn't get any return, I will automatically resign from this position and fill the gap of 10 billion resources. Lord Wu was stunned when he heard this. He immediately said, Ling Xing, why do you have to do this? Ling Xing smiled and said, I think he's worth it. After saying this, Ling Xing directly left. The end of the discussion was the worst result that Ling Xing thought was possible. This was because no one in Hunter's Castle supported him now. This time, he directly walked to the resource collection point and said indifferently, withdraw 10 billion resources. The resource manager was shocked, but Elder Ling did have the authority, so he could only do as he was told. For the Hunter's Castle, they still had 10 billion in resources. Elder Ling took the remaining 10 billion resources and directly came here. He would personally oversee this place until the 10 billion resources were used up. Zichen, as long as you can absorb, I will definitely provide all the resources, even if it means that I have to go bankrupt. Before entering, Elder Ling had already made up his mind. For Zichen, for himself, or to vent his anger. The atmosphere that had just calmed down became oppressive again. Then, everyone began to mechanically place the resources. 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion. In the end, Zichen's absorption rate was still at 1 billion per day. There was no obvious increase or decrease in absorption rate. After a few days, 10 billion resources were used up. When the last batch of virtual realm fragments was placed, the surrounding air was oppressive to the extreme. Everyone's mood was also extremely tense. Chapter 1258. In just a dozen days, 10 billion resources had been consumed by a single Emptiness Realm expert. Almost no one would believe this. Even though everyone had seen it with their own eyes, they still felt as if they were dreaming. Although Ling Xing hadn't said anything, his silence gave everyone an enormous amount of pressure. If it weren't for their duties, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on and would have fainted a long time ago. They had never imagined that they would get tired of receiving so many resources that they would feel like vomiting. Everyone's attention was focused on these resources. If these resources were absorbed, there wouldn't be any left for Zichen. Providing 10 billion resources to a single Emptiness Realm expert was simply unimaginable. Wade walked in from outside. He walked in front of Ling Xing and nodded at him. He had already left earlier to exchange for a lot of Emptiness Realm fragments. This time, Ling Xing was determined to help Zichen. Originally, there were many early corporeal realm experts guarding Sky Number 1. However, as Zichen consumed more and more resources, these early corporeal realm experts had been replaced by mid-corporeal realm experts. However, as Zichen consumed more than 8 billion resources, the mid-corporeal realm experts were replaced by late corporeal realm experts. Moreover, there were 30 to 40 of them. All of them were eyeing Sky Number 1 covetously. At the end of the formation, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Because of the final amount of resources, the atmosphere had reached its limit. The air was dry and oppressive, as if it was filled with gunpowder. The slightest spark would ignite and explode. Everyone's eyes were glued to the 9,000+ emptiness realm fragments within the formation. Phew! After a few breaths, someone let out a sigh of relief. This sound caused the oppressive atmosphere to somewhat loosen. Phew! Phew! Soon after, a series of exhalations were heard. The tense and oppressive atmosphere suddenly relaxed because of these few breaths. The 9,000+ emptiness realm fragments in front of them were still there after more than 10 breaths of time. Not a single fragment had decreased during this time. This was a world of difference compared to the dozens or even hundreds of fragments that were consumed every breath. Some people let out a sigh of relief, but others didn't relax because there was no guarantee that these fragments would all explode in the next moment. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. 1 minute felt as long as a few days. A minute later, the emptiness realm fragment on the formation was still there, and the entire formation showed no signs of being activated. Everyone's expression slowly relaxed. 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. At this moment, every minute felt extremely long. 5 minutes passed. Seeing that the fragments were no longer decreasing, everyone was completely relieved. Then, they cheered loudly or gasped for breath. Phew! Wade also let out a huge sigh of relief, then carefully glanced at Lingxing. Lingxing's expression was still indifferent. Wade thought, as expected of an adult. His mental fortitude is great. Little did he know that Lingxing's back was already drenched in cold sweat. That was 10 billion worth of resources. Although it was not a lot, it was used on an early virtual realm expert. This kind of investment would make anyone nervous. Zichen no longer absorbed the energy, and the spell formation no longer operated. It seemed that the high frequency of operation had pushed the spell formation to its limit. Now that it was resting, the spell formation also needed to rest. It was obvious that Zichen had finished his breakthrough. However, the door of Heaven number 1 was still tightly shut. The hunting order that belonged to Zichen was still outside. The hunting order was still glowing, proving that Zichen was still alive. At this moment, not only was Zichen alive, but he was also living very well. He was still standing in his own emptiness realm space. This space had become stable. Although it was still illusory, it was no longer empty. There were some other things in it. These things could be called power. There was red power, black power, white power, gold power, silver power, green power, blue power. There were all kinds of colors. Zichen was very familiar with these powers. This was because he had comprehended them one by one in the past. Because of these powers, he had also experienced many lightning tribulations. These were all rule power. At this moment, these powers were either scattered or merged, filling this boundless world. This boundless illusory world had also reached an end because of the appearance of these powers. Therefore, Zichen felt that his realm had stabilized. However, he still felt that the resources he had absorbed this time were a little too much. But was it just a little too much? After breaking through, Zichen was very happy that such a change had occurred in the illusory space again. In the Heaven number 1 cultivation room, the 3-meter illusory space still existed. It was as normal as before. The only unusual thing was that there were some powers of various colors circulating in it. In the next moment, a person appeared in the 3-meter space. It was Zichen. Zichen walked out of the space and arrived at the cultivation room. The 3-meter space behind him disappeared. Zichen began to sense the changes in his body. His realm had increased, and a lot of power had entered his body. Zichen's physical strength had increased again, and his essence, energy, and spirit had naturally transformed again. He had reached the perfect limit of his current realm. Zichen was very satisfied with the changes in his body. As he sensed his realm, Zichen had a look of surprise on his face. I'm actually at the peak of the mid-stage. I'm only one step away from the late stage. He had originally thought that his breakthrough had only stabilized the mid-stage. He had never imagined that he would suddenly climb to the peak and be only one step away from the late stage. Zichen was very happy and excited about this. It was obvious that this breakthrough had saved him a lot of time. Soon after, He unfurled the lightning wings on his back and began to increase his realm. However, the lightning wings did not increase by an entire realm as he had imagined. Zichen's realm was still at the early stage of the corporeal stage. The only difference was that his original 2 meters had now become 3 meters. His realm had not increased, and his corporeal realm had only increased by 1 meter. However, Zichen felt that his power had increased by a lot. If it had been a little difficult for him to deal with a late-stage corporeal stage expert before, and he had needed to join forces with the Black Eagle, then with the increase of 1 meter, dealing with a late-stage corporeal stage expert would be relatively easier. As for whether or not he could slaughter them at will, Zichen did not dare to be certain. His power had already reached its limit, so there was no point in absorbing more. Moreover, Zichen could clearly feel that the next step was not to increase his power, but to change the illusory space. Zichen needed to explore this change himself. There was no point in staying here any longer. Therefore, he decided to leave. Creak creak. As the door opened, Zichen immediately saw a group of people standing outside. No, there were a lot of people. These people's expressions were obviously very nervous, but also very expectant. The moment Zichen appeared, they all looked at Zichen, and their expressions became guarded. What are you all doing here? Although Zichen did not sense any hostility from them, he could still sense an unusual aura. At this moment, he frowned and asked. The group of late-stage corporeal experts were stunned, but did not know what to say. They were only here to keep watch, but now that Zichen had appeared, they could not possibly say that they were here to keep watch. Zichen, Lord Wu requests your presence. A corporeal expert walked out from behind the group. Lord Wu? Which Lord Wu? Zichen frowned again. He did not know any Lord Wu. Follow me, Elder Ling is here too. The newcomer clearly had no intention of explaining to Zichen and motioned for Zichen to follow. Zichen knew Elder Ling. He nodded, took his hunting token, and left with the corporeal expert. Behind Zichen, the group of late-stage corporeal experts watched Zichen leave with complicated gazes. 10 billion. That means he consumed 10 billion worth of resources in a dozen days. That's 10 billion worth of resources. Even if he plundered them, he wouldn't be able to take them all. How did he do it? The group of late-stage corporeal experts clearly knew something and sighed. Suddenly, one of them asked, "Did you guys sense his cultivation level just now?" "What is it?" "I don't think so." "Yeah, we actually didn't sense his cultivation level." "Yeah, we didn't pay attention before. Now that you mention it, it seems that we really didn't sense it." As Zichen followed the corporeal experts to the meeting, he discovered many cultivators along the way. These people were all looking at him with very strange gazes. Their gazes were filled with shock, astonishment, confusion, suspicion, and so on. It was very complicated and very strange. Zichen touched his face and looked at the cultivators around him. Then, he looked at the corporeal expert in front of him and asked, "Is there something on my face?" The corporeal expert snorted and said unhappily, "They're not looking at your face, they're looking at your person. There's something wrong with my person. There's a big problem." The corporeal expert's attitude was the big problem. Zichen ignored him and decided to wait until he saw Elder Ling before asking. Soon, Zichen arrived outside the meeting room. The corporeal expert left after bringing him here. Zichen went forward and knocked on the door. "Come in." However, just as Zichen approached, Elder Ling's voice came from inside. Zichen pushed the door open and entered. There were 4 old men sitting inside. Zichen greets the lords. Zichen bowed. The 4 old men were carefully sizing up Zichen as he bowed. They looked very carefully and even used their spiritual senses. 2 of them were extremely rude as they scanned Zichen's body. They seemed to want to force their way into Zichen's body. The powerful spiritual senses coupled with the pressure caused Zichen's face to pale. Buzz. Under the immense pressure, a golden light suddenly began to tremble around Zichen's body. Then, the golden light enveloped Zichen's body like an eggshell protecting him, blocking the 4 spiritual senses outside. The 4 old men's faces were immediately filled with astonishment. Ling Xing first laughed loudly, then asked, "Zichen, Did you break through? What's your current realm? The other 3 old men retracted their spiritual senses. 2 of them had unnatural expressions because even with their high realms, they couldn't detect Zichen's true realm. The peak of the mid-virtual realm, Zichen said respectfully. What? The peak of the mid-virtual realm? You spent 10 billion resources and only advanced by 1 realm? Chapter 1259. 10 billion resources? What 10 billion resources? Zichen was stunned by the old man's words. He didn't understand what he meant. Seeing Zichen's confused expression, Lingxing laughed bitterly and explained, "It took you 12 days to break through the bottleneck. During these 12 days, you used up a total of 10 billion law fragments, which is equivalent to 100 million void realm fragments." Ah! Zichen's face immediately filled with shock. 10 billion resources? What kind of concept was that? Zichen had never thought about it before. Previously, he'd felt that he'd used up quite a bit of resources when he'd stabilized his void realm. However, he'd only felt that it was a bit excessive. He hadn't expected it to be this much. However, putting aside the fact that Zichen had used up a lot of resources, just the fact that he'd stabilized his void realm and reached the peak of a new realm in 12 days was actually worth it. If it had been any other time, Zichen might not have been able to break through even after several decades. However, he'd only used 12 days in exchange for several decades. It was all worth it. Of course, this was for Zichen. To Hunter's Castle, this investment was obviously a huge loss. 10 billion resources was enough for a pig to break through to the corporeal realm. However, Zichen had only advanced by a small realm. Zichen was extremely shocked when he heard this news. When he saw the anger on the 2 old men's faces, he felt a little guilty and remorseful. He also had an apologetic expression on his face. He'd felt that he'd used up a lot of resources this time, but he hadn't expected it to be this much. It really was an unintentional mistake. Lingxing looked at the self-blaming Zichen and waved his hand, saying, "Zichen, you've used up all the resources within my authority. I'm sponsoring you of my own volition. You don't need to feel guilty." Lingxing's words attracted 2 dissatisfied gazes, but he didn't care. "Thank you for your guidance." Elder Ling. Zichen bowed to Elder Ling and thanked him gratefully. "How do you feel after breaking through?" Elder Ling asked again. Zichen stretched his muscles and said, "I feel very good. 10 billion resources is just a good." A cold laugh came from the side. Zichen corrected him, "It's not good, it's very good." Lingxing said, "It's fine as long as you feel good. However, your realm is still too low. Try to increase your realm by 1 or break through to the corporeal realm as soon as possible. As for the cultivation room, you can use it whenever you want." Xing seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a moment and said, "However, you are not allowed to occupy the training room after you make a breakthrough." Clearly, Lingxing could only provide 1 billion in resources, but not a second one. That was because the consumption of resources was simply too frightening. Zichen had an apologetic look on his face again, and then he thanked him again. "Thank you for your concern, Elder. It's just that the cultivation room isn't of much use to me now. My realm is very stable. After familiarizing myself with it for 2 days, I plan to accept some missions." Lingxing frowned. "Accept the mission now." "Mph, Lingxing, the hunters of our Hunter's Castle have all been baptized by blood and fire. There has never been an obedient child among us." The red-robed old man snorted and said, "Furthermore, he used up so many resources. Shouldn't he do some missions to make up for it?" Lingxing's face was filled with anger when he heard this. He shouted at the red-robed old man, "Mingzhu, that's enough. I already said that I am willing to give Zichen the resources." Mingzhu sneered. "But those resources are Hunter's Castle's, not yours. It's just 10 billion. At most, I'll just give it to Hunter's Castle. Those resources will be considered my personal property." Lord Wu frowned when he heard the 2 arguing. "All right, both of you shut up." The 2 old men argued until their faces turned red. Then, they sat down and ignored each other. Zichen, on the other hand, turned to look at Sir Wu, who had spoken, and said gratefully and solemnly, "Zichen thanks the Hunter's Castle for providing me with the resources. I, Zi Chen, will remember the 10 billion resources today, and I will definitely return it double in the future. That's 10 billion worth of resources. How are you going to return it? What are you going to use to return it double? Ming Zhu said coldly. This time, Zi Chen did feel guilty. However, the old man's aggressive attitude made him extremely reluctant. He responded with the same indifferent attitude. I can stand outside the city and kill corporeal cultivators to return it. I can return at least 10,000 with one slash. I can also kill spirit-level beasts. Isn't it just 20 billion? As long as I, Zi Chen, am alive, I will definitely return it. Enough, Ming Zhu. Shut up. Hearing this, Lord Wu's eyes flashed. He then shouted at Ming Zhu, who was about to speak again. The latter obviously didn't expect Lord Wu to have such an attitude. His expression changed, but he closed his mouth in the end. With a cold face, Lord Wu looked at the other old man. The other old man naturally stopped talking. He then turned to Zi Chen and said slowly, Zi Chen, since Hunter's Castle nurtured you, they naturally have no intention of asking you to return or compensate the resources. As a senior hunter of Hunter's Castle has the obligation to nurture you. You don't have to take it to heart. I called you here today for no other reason than to ask about your realm and how you feel after breaking through. Of course, I also wanted to see how you, a virtual realm cultivator, can consume 10 billion worth of resources. I am very satisfied after seeing it. I have a small request, or you can treat it as a request. I hope you can agree to it. Lord Wu's prestige was obviously the highest among the four of them. However, his tone was very kind, and he even used the word request in the end. The other three's expressions changed. Zi Chen was a little flattered. He quickly bowed and said, Sir, what are your orders? As long as Zi Chen is able to do it, I will do my best. Lord Wu smiled and said, Don't be nervous. It's not a big deal. I just want to add the words Hupping City and a number on your token to prove that you're a senior hunter of Hupping City's Hunter's Castle. What do you think? Zi Chen said without thinking, I'm a senior hunter of Hupping City. Of course, it's not a problem. So, you agree. Lord Wu seemed a little happy. Zi Chen nodded. Ling Xing only nodded slowly. However, the expressions of the other two changed drastically. Placing a mark on the hunter's medallion meant that the person could only be a citizen of Hupping City in the future. However, this kind of situation only targeted cultivators with great potential. These people were destined to be extraordinary in the future when they were young. Once they had the mark, all of their achievements would be related to their former city. When they were mentioned, they would naturally talk about their city. For example, if Zi Chen became powerful in a few years' time and shook up the entire Shuntian prefecture, the entire Hupping City would become famous because of him. Although this sounded like an empty title, it was glory in the eyes of many people. There were around 10 senior hunters in Hupping City's Hunter's Castle, but only 3 of them received this treatment. Zi Chen was the 4th. From this, it could be seen how much Lord Wu valued Zi Chen. Zi Chen handed over the token very straightforwardly. There were some other procedures to be completed after the mark was added, so Zi Chen was taken away by reality. Only the 4 old men were left in the meeting room. After a moment of silence, Lord Wu spoke. His voice was slow but firm. This matter must be kept a secret. I don't want anyone else to know anything about it. This was an order that the 3 of them had to obey. After nodding, Ming Zhu took the old man away to handle this matter. Soon, only the 2 of them were left in the hall. Ling Xing asked in confusion, Why? What do you mean why? Giving a mark in the virtual realm seems to have never happened in Hupping City before, Ling Xing said. But we've never encountered a virtual realm expert who consumes 10 billion resources. Lord Wu smiled faintly. I don't believe that you would give Zi Chen a mark just because he consumes too many resources. You should know that when the 3 of you came to me, although you were neutral, you didn't want me to continue wasting resources, Ling Xing said as he stared into Lord Wu's eyes. Lord Wu smiled and said, That's right. At first, I didn't agree, but I didn't intend to interfere. However, as Zi Chen consumes more and more resources, and as I read more information about Zi Chen, I suddenly remembered something. What is it? Ling Xing asked. It's about the 3-meter virtual realm. It's an ancient book. I only glanced at it briefly and thought it was nonsense. You don't have to read it. I've already burned the book. Lord Wu stopped Ling Xing. Why? Ling Xing asked again. Because we need to keep it a secret. From now on, Zi Chen will be the true core member of Hunter's Castle 108 in Hupping City. Before he grows up, Hunter's Castle is obligated to nurture him with all its might. After walking out of the meeting room, Zi Chen finally understood the reason for everyone's complicated and strange expressions. Actually, he had mixed feelings about it too. When he first heard about the 10 billion resources, he was still in disbelief. How could he have consumed 10 billion? After all, he had only managed to obtain close to 100 million resources after decades of plundering. However, in just 12 short days, he had consumed 10 billion resources. After seeing Wade, Zi Chen finally believed that this was true. After all, Wade had seen it with his own eyes. When Wade told Elder Ling that he was willing to help him despite the pressure, he was very grateful. Zi Chen returned to his residence and began to get used to his increased strength. Because he couldn't stand those strange gazes, Zi Chen stayed for 10 full days. After completely familiarizing himself with his new strength, Zi Chen left his residence and headed to the mission hall. Along the way, Zi Chen encountered some hunters, but the strange expressions from before were all gone. They either ignored Zi Chen or nodded kindly. It was as if they had forgotten about the 10 billion resources. Zi Chen was a little puzzled by this.